And looks like we're live. Oh yeah, here we go. I'm just gonna copy the stream address and send it somewhere for my moderators to come in. So welcome to the Gentoo stream. Yeah, today we're installing Gentoo on my main system. Yeah, stuff is going on. It's still calling it the same stream name as it was before. What? Okay. I don't know why it's still the same stream name. Wait, let's just broadcast. No, not exit stream. How do you like change the stream name? Completely forgot this stuff. Use default overlay. No, it's not it. Stream settings. Just gonna do this. Yeah, that's good. Let's get rid of this. I don't have time for that. So my setup is a little different here. I'm streaming off my framework. Wait, we need something. We're just gonna install this. Well, not install, but yeah. We recommend using a bitrate of 6800. Okay. Isn't that how much it is? Can we do that output? Let's do 6800. There we go. Should be doing more work on the CPU though. I'll go for encoder preset. Medium CPU usage. Let's see, how much is the CPU usage? It's 6.9%. Let's go for higher because this is not going to be a gaming stream. Let's go for the highest preset. That should be doing it now. Okay, that's that. Quality. Let's see. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad at all. 360p, let's just leave it there. Analytics. My God, I really, sometimes I don't know. Customization. How do you, oh, yeah, here we go. We'll just do that. Yeah, and now it should be as I wanted it to be, right? Yep, it is right there. Okay, now we just have to connect to the SSH client. Root. We're gonna go for the password, and yeah, we're in Gentoo now. Okay, just like last year, but this time we're installing on bare metal. Okay, bud. Okay, bud. Okay. There we go. That should do it. Okay. We're gonna go get started. Just like so. And we're gonna go to Gentoo handbook. And here we're gonna do stuff. Now I'm planning to go back to a more fixed schedule, if that's a word, if that's something you can call it. So yeah, I'm gonna make more videos. So yeah, more videos, more fun. Yeah, let's go to the AMD 64 handbook. I don't know why it has like the default KD wallpaper here when it's not actually the wallpaper I'm using currently. But you know what? That's also cool. I don't care. Yeah. Now, choosing the right installation medium. Okay, let's just go through this. Welcome to Gentoo. Gentoo is a free operating system based on the Linux that can be automatically optimized and customized for just about any application or need. Actually, on Itanium, and I've heard like the Russian Elbrus processors, it doesn't work anymore, but I think it used to. It is built on an ecosystem of free software and does not hide what's running beneath the hood from its users. Openness. Gentoo's premier tools are built from simple programming languages. Portage, Gentoo's package maintenance system, is written in Python. eBuilds, which provide package definitions for Portage, are written in Bash. Our users are encouraged to review, modify, and enhance the source code of all parts of Gentoo. By default, packages are only patched when necessary to fix bugs or provide interoperability within Gentoo. They are installed to the system by compiling source code provided by upstream projects into binary format files, although support for pre-compiled binary packages is included too. Configuring Gentoo happens through text files. Yeah, whatever. And then we have the choice, which you can install OpenRC, and yeah, we got the power is the amount of instruction set architectures you can support in this operating system. We got make conf, and how the installation is structured. Now I'll get to this point in a while. Let me just go open up the door so the AC comes in. Alright, now the AC is back on, and then we can actually, we can actually feel the cold coming in. The user is in a working environment, ready to install Gentoo. The internet connection is ready to install Gentoo, although we're installing Gentoo on my main system. So the i9 and the 3090 and the QEMU KVM system. Oh, you know, it's actually kind of hard to do this because I have to also install, like I also have to transfer my VMs somehow. That's gonna be the hard part. Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna do that. Maybe it's another stream tomorrow or whenever I get to doing that. But until then, maybe Kden Live and my laptop would help. The hard disks are initiated to host initialized to host the Gentoo installation. The installation environment is preferred, and the user is ready to root into the new environment. Core packages, which are the same on all Gentoo installations, are installed. The Linux kernel is installed. Most of Gentoo system configuration files are created. The necessary system tools are installed. The proper bootloader has been installed and configured. The freshly installed Gentoo Linux environment is ready to be explored. Deciding which steps to take. Suggested steps prefixed with suggested. Some steps are not strictly required, but help in most cases, such as installing syskernel Linux firmware. Well, we're going to be installing that because I think that's how NVIDIA, like, if you want to have NVIDIA support, yeah, that's what you want to do. Optional steps, prefix with optional. Many sections in the handbook are purely optional and can be skipped if the user is looking for a simple, mostly vanilla install. Deprecated steps, and these are Gentoo has existed for a long time. Some install processes are described in the handbook because they used to be more relevant, but now are largely deprecated. Instead of immediately removing this information, as it may still be helpful for some users, it may be designed as designated as deprecated before removal. Once removed, the history must be used to view its content. Yeah. Wait, what? The history must be used. Oh. Defaults and our alternatives. Wherever choices are presented, the handbook will try to explain the pros and cons of each choice. If potential choices are mutually exclusive, default is used to designate most supported and commonly chosen option, which are listed as alternative. Installation options for Gentoo. Important. Alternative options are not inferior to defaults, but defaults options are typically more widely used and have better support. Okay. Installation options for Gentoo. Wait, I gotta get the stream analytics on. Oh, we got one view. Hell yeah. Okay. Well, whatever. My channel is dead. We have to resurrect it. I don't know if the live stream is the best way to resurrect it, but yeah. Installation options for Gentoo. Gentoo has been installed in many different ways. It can be downloaded and installed from the official Gentoo installation media, such as our bootable ISO images. The installation media can be installed on a USB stick or accessed via a net-booted environment. Alternatively, Gentoo can be installed from non-official media, such as an already installed distribution or a non-Gentoo bootable disk, which I'm doing here with Manjaro. Such as Linux Mint. This document covers the installation using Gentoo installation media, or in some cases net booting. Yeah. We also provide a Gentoo installation tips and tricks document that might be useful, which we already did this. I did this last year. This is, if a problem is found in the installation, please bug tracking. Do not be afraid of the developers who are assigned to the bugs. They generally don't eat people. Generally, I like that. And what else? Wait, I gotta send this here as well. They generally don't eat people. That's cool. Yeah. Let's just do that. Although this document is architecture specific, it may contain references to other architectures as well, because large parts of the Gentoo handbook use text that is identical for all architectures. To avoid duplication of effort, such references have been kept to a minimum to avoid confusion. If there is some uncertainty about whether or not the problem is a user problem, or some error despite having read the documentation carefully, or a software problem, some error we made despite having tested the installation documentation carefully, everybody is welcome to join the Gentoo web chat. Okay. Libera chat. Well, we'll check that out later. On IRC Libera chat, of course, everyone is welcome otherwise, as our chat channel covers the broad Gentoo spectrum. Speaking of which, if there are any additional questions regarding Gentoo, check out the frequently asked questions article. There are also facts on the Gentoo forums. Yeah, let's go. Hardware requirements. Well, that I know. Minimal installation CD, I think I have it on there. I mean, obviously. Gentoo Live GUI, more convenient environment for the manual installation process using KDE Desktop. No, we're not doing that. What are stage files? A stage file is an archive which serves as the seed of a Gentoo environment. Stage 3 files can be downloaded from releases, auto builds on the official Gentoo stages are files updated frequently and therefore are not included within the official live images. For now, stage files can be ignored, but they will be described in greater detail later when they are needed. Okay. Historically, Gentoo provided stages lower than 3. Over time, these types of installations have become obsolete due to their better mesh fits and no longer provided for this reason. Downloading, obtain the media. Okay, I think I did that. Yeah. Verify, well, obviously, I'm booting it. Writing a bootable USB. Okay, writing with Linux. Writing with Windows, burning a disk, burning with Linux, booting. Oh, yeah. We did all of this. Kernel choices, Gentoo. Wait, what? Gentoo default kernel with support for K8 CPUs, including NUMA support, frame buffer support. What's it? Without. Oh, and memtest. Hardware. ACPI on, ACPI off. Console X. Wow, there's a lot of stuff here, man. Okay, let's just leave it as is. Now to boot the media, select the kernel. Gentoo kernel does not suffice. Boot options, Live GUI root access, extra hardware configuration, which supports certain kinds of network interfaces is loaded. Okay, we made that. Next example, user called Larry is created and is added to the users and wheel groups. Okay, to switch from the current user root to the user account. Like, this is optional, yeah. Viewing documentation while installing, yeah. Links, oh yeah. The SSH daemon, so we did that. Oh, there's someone watching right now. Hello. Automatic network configuration. Let's see who is watching. I don't think I know you. Yeah. If you are here, and if you want to, text, just text in the chat, that'll be cool. Default via that. Yep, we're connected. Ping, let's see if it has internet access, which I do think it does. Obviously. Curl location gentoo.org output poll dev.national outbound HTTP access and DNS resolution can be confirmed with curl location Gentoo.org. I'm surprised it doesn't check for how's it called? The UEFI variables. Yeah, if curl could not resolve host. If curl reports an error, is that an error though? We'll do that. If internet connectivity has not been established, first interface information should be verified. Then, yeah, okay. IP link. The link argument can be used to display the network interface links. This is the one we're using. Not this one. An IP added ADDR. this is also what we're using again. And there's the thing we're connected to. Wireless setup. Optional. Check in wireless. No, I don't want that. Network. We don't need that stuff. Well, yeah. A manual setup. IP link set dev WL9SO up IW dev. Okay. Configure web proxies. Yeah. We don't need these, I don't think. Okay. Manual and static IP configuration. Okay, here we go. DNS configuration. I would like to use Vim, but hey. Let's use Quad 9. Why not? And then name. You know what? I'll just copy in this. Oh damn. Okay. No, that is not what I wanted. Okay, copy. Do we need more? Let's just use this one. Quad 9 DNS. X, Y, enter, save. Ping, -c, free, gentoo.org. And there we go, that's the DNS configured, good. Introduction to block devices, and this is lsblk, we'll just do this, lsblk. So all of this is other drives, we want to install on this. There's no other 1 terabyte drive in my system, so we can be calm on that one. So this is my Quake drive, where I have the Quake Champions installed. Oh, we got 2 people, guys. Hello. How are you doing? How's your day going? If you wanna, you can just use the chat. We got 2 viewers, that's not bad. Anyway, so this is where I use the Quake, like this is where I have the Quake install. We have this, which is the flash drive. We have this, which is my my NVM. No, this is the 870 Evo for the VMs. This one is my the huge 7 terabyte. This one is that's the home directory, I think. Oh no, it's the secondary hard drive, so the smaller one, and this is the home directory. Either it's this the home directory or it's this. I think it's this because that's 512. This is 500 gigs. Yeah, I think that's correct. And also we have this, which is the drive we're going to be installing to. It had a Windows install. For some reason, I bought it secondhand because it had to be cheap. But it had like 100% of health remaining. So yeah, and like I think a terabyte of reads and writes or something like that. So yeah, it's fine. It's not too bad. Yeah. So introduction to block devices. Block devices. Let's take a good look at disk-oriented aspects of Gentoo Linux and Linux in general, including block devices, partitions, and Linux file systems. Once the ins and outs of the disks are understood, partitions and file systems can be established for installation. To begin, let's look at block devices. SCSI serial 88 drives are both labeled under device handles such as devsd. Yeah, well, those I know. the NVMe, the MMC, and then the VirtIO. Partition tables, guided. Well, I need this, GUID. GPT, yeah. And then master boot record or DOS sector. Advanced storage, BTRFS, ZFS, LVM. No, we're just gonna use ext4, sorry. Default partitioning scheme, and these are the dev SDA. We're gonna give it 1 gig. Yeah, we're not doing RAM size times 2, bruh. We can do. Whoa, we got 3 people here. Hello. How are you? I got the RAM size times 2. We ain't doing that. We got 48 gigs of RAM. I don't want some SSD gore. And we have the remainder of the disk, which is the root partition details. Yeah. And then we have the home, which is already here. So we'll just migrated. I'll see how it goes. I never did this. Anyway, how many partitions and how big? The design of the disk partition layout is highly dependent on the demands of the system and the file systems applied to the device. If there are a lot of users, then it's advised to have a home on a separate partition, which will increase security and make backups and other types of maintenance easier. So yeah, I already have that. If Gentoo is being installed to perform a mail server, then var should be a separate partition as all mails are stored inside the var directory. Game servers may have a separate opt partition since most gaming server or software is installed therein. The reason for these recommendations is similar to /home. And security backups and maintenance. In most situations on Gentoo, user and var should be kept relatively large in size. User hosts the majority of applications available on the system, and the Linux kernel sources under user.src. This is also why I got a 1 terabyte drive, because I know I'm going to compile stuff with this OS, and yeah, it's going to take a lot of usage on the CPU. On the hard drive, the SSD. User hosts the majority of the applications available on the system, and the Linux kernel sources under user /src. By default, /var hosts the Gentoo ebuild repository located on var db repos Gentoo, which, depending on this file system, generally consumes around 650 megabytes of disk space. The space estimate includes the var cache dist files and var cache bin packages directories, which will gradually fill with source files and optionally binary packages respectively as they are added into the system. How many partitions and how big very much depends on considering the trade-offs and choosing the best option for the circumstance. Separate partitions or volumes have the following advantages. Choose the best volume file system for each partition or volume. The entire system cannot run on free space if one defunct tool... if one defunct tool is continuously writing to a partition or volume. If necessary, the file system cannot run out of space if one defunct tool is continuously writing to a partition file system. If necessary, the system checks are reduced in time, as multiple checks can be done parallel, although this advantage is realized more with multiple disks than it is with multiple partitions. Security can be enhanced by mounting some partitions or volumes as read-only. No SUID. And there's another person. Welcome to the stream. We already got 13 views, bro. Okay. If necessary, file system checks are reduced in time. Yeah, there we go. Although this advantage is more realized more with multiple disks than it is with multiple partitions. Security can be enhanced by mounting some partitions or volumes read-only, no SUID, setup VID bits are ignored, no executable bits are ignored, and etc. Yeah, I'm fried. Anyway, however, multiple partitions can have certain disadvantages as well. If not configured properly, the system might not have lots of space on one. Yeah, I understand. A separate partition for user may require the administrator to boot with an init ramfs to mount the partition before other boot scripts start. Since the generation and maintenance of an init ramfs is beyond the scope of this handbook, we recommend that newcomers do not use a separate partition for user. There is also a 15 partition limit for SCSI and SATA unless the disks use the GPT labels. Okay. What about swap space? Swap space 2 gigs or less, suspend support 4 gigs, hibernation support 4 gigs. Okay. 8 to 64, 1.5 times the RAM. If we want suspend, we want 8 gigs minimum and 16 gigs maximum. Okay, so maybe we'll do suspend. Although, how much did I have on my, on that system? I'll just do 8 gigs minimum. Because I don't want to hibernate, that's fine. And hibernation not recommended. Yeah. There's no perfect value for swap space. Oh yeah, yep, there we go. When a system is not going to run memory-intensive applications or has a lot of RAM available, then it probably does not need as much swap space. However, do note that in case of hibernation, that swap space is used to store the entire contents of the memory, likely on desktop and laptop systems rather than on server systems. If the system requires support for hibernation, then swap space is larger than or equal to the amount of memory is necessary. As a general rule, for RAM amounts less than 4 gigs, the swap space is recommended to be twice the internal memory. For systems with multiple hard drives, it's wise to create one swap partition on each disk so that they can be utilized for parallel read-write operations. The faster a disk can... Wait, what? That's a cool thing. Anyway, yeah, we got... the faster a disk can swap, the faster the system will run when data in swap space must be accessed. When choosing between rotational and solid-state disks, this is a better performance to put on swap. It is better to put swap on the solid-state hardware. Yes, but then also you should consider that these disks can be like sensitive to reads and writes. So after a certain while, this might be crunching on your hardware. It is worth noting that swap files can be used as an alternative to swap partitions. This is mostly helpful for systems with very limited disk space. Yes. What is the EFI system partition, ESP? And the file-based one, it's like how Windows handles it. Okay. Let's see, has anyone even... No, I don't know. Where's my mod? Like, where are you, dude? I'm gonna just call him in. There we go. What is the EFI partition? EFI system partition. When installing Gentoo on a system that uses UEFI to boot the operating system. Wait, I gotta check. Wait, I gotta search here. Alright, let's see this. How how to check if I have EFI vars on Gentoo installation, because we have to install a UEFI. I don't know what just happened. How to check if I have booted into a EFI EFI thing on Gentoo. Okay, let's see that. I don't know, welcome to the stream, guys. I do see we had another spike. Why are we in DNS configuration? Whatever. Okay, if anyone knows how to check if we're in EFI or UEFI mode, please tell me on Gentoo while doing the installation. Okay, that's it. Partitioning the disk with GPT for UEFI. Okay, we'll go to fdisk. And it's dev SDA because this is the 1 terabyte and we don't have other 1 terabyte drives. The following parts explain how to create an example partition layout for a single GPT disk device which will conform to the UEFI specification and discoverable partition specification DPS. DPS is a specification provided as part of Linux user space API group specification and is recommended, but entirely optional. These the specifications are implemented using the fdisk utility, which is part of dsysapp's util Linux package. The table provides a recommended default for a trivial Gentoo installation. Additional partitions can be added according to personal preference or system design goals. Okay, so we'll do the viewing the current partitioning layout. Fdisk dev SDA. We'll go for P. Use a P to display the disk's current partition configuration. Okay. EFI system, Microsoft Reserved, Microsoft Basic Data, Windows Recovery Environment. Use the P key to display, This particular disk was configured to house 2 Linux file systems, each with a corresponding partition listed as Linux, and as well as a swap partition listed as Linux swap. Creating a new disk label, removing all partitions. Alright, we'll just do G. Create a new disk label. D. No partition is disabled yet. Alternatively, to keep an existing GPT disk label. Okay, yeah. Now P. To print out a partition listing, and now it should be nothing. Well, compared to what it was. Hello again. If there is anyone, you can use the chat. And now it has nothing inside. Yes, it doesn't. Now the in-memory partition table is empty. We're going to create these partitions. So it's not actually written to the disk, but we're actually about to write to the disk. Creating the EFI system partition, ESP. First, create a small EFI partition, which will also be mounted as EFI. Type N to create new partition, followed by 1 to select the first partition. When prompted for the sector, make sure that it starts with from 2048, which may be needed for a bootloader, and hit enter. When prompted for the last sector, type +1G, create a partition 1 gigabyte in size. N, okay, that's the first one, default yes, and last sector, you know what, I'll just do 2 gigs. Do we need 2 gigs? Let's just do 2 gigs. Okay, +1 gig, we'll do 2 gigs. Partition 1 contains a VFAT signature. Do you want to remove the signature? Yes. Mark the partition as an EFI system partition. T 1 EFI system. There we go. Creating the swap partition. New partition number 2. Okay. First sector. Yeah. Last sector plus, well, 8 gigabyte. No, 8G. 8G. Well, what do you mean out of range? Plus. Oh, that's the first sector, okay. Plus 8G. 8G, not like shift 8. Created a new of types Linux file system and size 8. T 2 19 Linux swap. Okay, so it's a size of 8. Change the, yeah, it did it. And then a new one. Partition number 3 to 128, default free. Yep. And then first sector, yes. Last sector. Yeah, we got more still. Anyway, okay, not one. Finally, to create the partition, root partition, create a new partition, and then press free to create the third partition, dev SDA free. When prompted to use the first sector, press enter. When prompted for the last sector, hit enter to create the partition that takes up the rest of the remaining space on the disk. After creating the root partition, press T. And set the partition that's default free. There we go, and it's just created. Type in 23. That's Linux root. Linux swap, EFI, and Linux root. Okay, good. And welcome again. Thank you. 1307. Yeah, hello. And now we can also do this, which will show all the drive things. Okay, now let's see what's going on. Well, it seems to be fine. We got the EFI, we did 2 gigs on that, we did 8 gigs on the swap, and the rest is Linux root. Saving the partition layout. Now we just gotta write, and yeah. Now, with the partitions now available, the next installation step is to fill them with file systems. Partitioning the disk with MBR for BIOS, legacy boot. Nope. Just skip that. Wait. Is there a way to like skip? That's legacy boot. I don't know. We'll just go back right here. Okay, XFS. Okay, introduction. Now the partitions have been created, it is time to place a file system on them. In the next section, the various file systems that Linux supports are described. Readers that already know which file system to use can continue with applying a file system to a partition. The options should read. The others should read on and learn about the available file systems. You know what? As we're going slow today, we'll read on this. Linux supports several dozen file systems, although many of them are only wise to deploy for specific purposes. NTFS, wink wink. Only certain file systems may follow a stable, may be found stable on the D64 architecture. It is advised to read up on the file systems and their support state before selecting more experimental one. For example, partitions. For important partitions, XFS is the recommended all-purpose, all-platform file system. The below is a non-exhaustive list. File system with metadata journaling, which comes up with a robust feature set and optimized for scalability. It has been continuously upgraded to include modern features. The only downside is that XFS partitions cannot yet be shrunk, although this is being worked on. XFS notably supports reflinks and copy on write. Wait, what? Oh. It's particularly helpful in Gentoo systems because the amount of compiles users complete. XFS is recommended modern all-purpose, all-platform file system. Requires the partition to be at least 300 megabytes. ext4 is a reliable does this Windows even support XFS? Let's see that. Does Windows support XFS? Way to read. Oh great, it doesn't. Windows has built-in support. No, fuck that. No. And then, ext4 all-platform file system, although it lacks modern features like reflinks. What are reflinks? Search start page. What are reflinks? Linux questions. Basically, reflinking data means to make no physical copy at first, but just link the original. But if the data is modified, a real copy is created. So it allows new copies to take up additional space as long as the originals are unchanged. So like hard links, but you end up with two different files, but still don't have to do any data copying initially. That is good. So we're going for XFS, VFAT, also known as FAT32, is for BTRFS, newer generation file system, provides advanced features like snapshotting, self-healing through checksums, transparent compression, subvolumes, and integrated RAID. Kernels prior to 5.4 are not guaranteed to be safe with BTRFS in production, because fixes for serious issues are only present in the more recent releases of LTS kernel batches. RAID 5 and 6 and quota groups unsafe on all versions of BTRFS. F2FS, the flash-friendly file system, was originally created by Samsung to use with their NAND flash memory. It is a decent choice for when installing Gentoo on microSD. NTFS, new technology. I like how they have quotes on that new technology, because it was the last time this shit was new technology was in the 90s, bro. And then we have ZFS, next generation file system created by Matthew Ahrens and Jeff Bonwick. It was designed around a few key ideas. Administration of storage should be simple. Redundancy should be handled by the file system. File systems should never be taken offline for repair. Automated simulations of worst case scenarios before shipping code is important, and data integrity is paramount. That's the stuff they use on servers. More extensive information on file systems can be found in the community maintained by the file system article. Okay. Applying a file system to a partition. To create the file system on a partition volume, there are user space utilities available for each possible file system. Click the file system's name in the table for additional information on each file system. Okay. For instance, you have the root partition dev_sda free as XFS and as used in the simple partition structure. The following commands would be used: makefs xfs. Okay. Let's just do lsblk. Okay, now that's our drive. And we got this. lts6.18.conf. Why do we have the options? The handbook recommends new partitions as part of the installation process, but it is important to note that any makefs command will erase any data contained within the partition when necessary, ensure that data that exists within the appropriately backed up for creating a new file system. Okay, makefs. That's dev_sda free, which is on the terabyte. Yeah, that's it. Why do you... Oh, EFI, sorry. Okay, so I don't know what that is, but the EFI system partition dev_sda1 must be formatted as FAT32. Done. So now if we check out lsblk, that says, well, it doesn't say anything new. Okay. Legacy BIOS boot partition file system. Oh, that's what it says. Okay. Small ext4 partitions. Activating the swap partition. Make swap dev_sda2. There we go. And then swap on dev_sda2. Mounting the root partition. Make directory. This activation step is only necessary because the swap partition is newly created within the live environment. Once the system has been rebooted, as long as the swap partition is properly defined within stab or any other mount mechanism, swap space will activate automatically. Mounting the root partition. Certain live environments may be missing the suggested mount point for Gentoo's root partition, MNT Gentoo, or mount points for additional partitions created in the partitioning section. Make their parents MNT Gentoo. Let's just, you know what? Yeah. It doesn't stop us from just doing that. We have one viewer, we got 22 views, that's not bad. Continue creating additional mount points necessary. Didn't I? Oh, I didn't. Okay. Make fs. Thanks for saying that. XFS. Well, how do we... What was -c then? Yeah. I don't understand why, like, wait. Well, I also kind of always use the XT4, but they recommended XFS because it's you also have to like always compile on this thing. Why does it tell you to, like, I ran this command, for example, to format with XFS, legacy boot partition file system. Bro, this is like devsda1, and then this one is devsda3, which I ran and it didn't work. So I'll just like remove that file. Like, what is that config file? That's what I'm not understanding. It wasn't here last time I installed Gentoo. Oh, buddy. Yeah. Okay. Whatever. That's something that happened. So how the heck do we get that out? Let's just search it up. Oh, great. Should I just do ext4? I don't know. Let's just do ext4 then. Where did it say ext4? ext4. And devsda3. What is zlib compressed data? Maybe. Why is it checking for bad vlogs? Okay, well, we'll just stop doing that here. You mean like maybe the version is wrong? Oh yeah. Let's just do XFS then. Parameters. Parsed from config files successfully. Okay. But we're not running 6.12. Isn't it 6.18? Yeah. Okay. Anyway, mounting root. Well, we've created that. Mount devsda3 on MNT Gentoo. Make directory parents MNT Gentoo EFI. Only for EFI installs. Yeah. MNT Gentoo EFI. And then continue mounting custom partitions as necessary using the mount command. We can also mount my home directory, although should I mount like 13? Should I mount the my home directory if it's another disk? What do you think? Or should I install the OS and then do it? Okay, oh, you know what? I'll mount it. Um, hey, bro. What's up? I do have a separate home partition. It's going fine, bro. Where's Kuvi, bro? Where's the moderator? Okay, dev SDC. Nothing much. I see we are having not really. I'm just like, it's a philosophical issue, not an issue with Gentoo. Okay. To MNT Gentoo, and then what else do we have here? Okay, no. Wait a sec. What? Oh yeah. Okay. No, we can't do that now. Yeah. Continue mounting additional custom partitions as necessary using the mount command. Because we don't have a home directory yet. We can't add it. Change mod 1777 mount Gentoo temporary. Later in the instructions, the proc file system, a virtual interface with the kernel, as well as other kernel pseudo file systems will be mounted. Wow, we got 3 viewers. As well as other kernel pseudo file systems will be mounted. First, the Gentoo stage file must be extracted. Yeah, exactly. That's what I meant. We didn't have a home directory yet to mount the home into. Choosing a stage file. Okay. On supported architectures, it is recommended for users targeting a desktop graphical operating system environment to use a stage file with the term desktop within the name. These files include packages such as LLVM, core LLVM, and devlang rust bin, and use flag tuning, which will greatly improve install time. Yeah, good. Wait, targeting a desktop graphical to use a stage file with the desktop within the name. These files include packages such as the LLVM and rust bin, and use flag tuning will greatly improve install time. Yeah, right. That's something we need to do. Yes, the home directory is coming after the stage. Yeah, okay, good. The stage file acts as the seed of the Gentoo install. Stage files are generated by the release engineering team with Catalyst. Stage files are based on specific profiles and contain an almost complete system. When choosing a stage file, it's important to pick one with profile targets corresponding to the desired system type. Yeah, well, I know that, and I think I did it correctly last time. I did. While it's possible to make major profile changes after the installation has been established, switching requires a substantial effort and consideration and is outside the scope of this installation manual. Oh yeah, bud. Switching in its systems is difficult, but switching between no multilib to multilib requires extensive Gentoo and low-level tool train knowledge. Oh my god. Okay, well, we're going for multilib, that's for sure. Most users should not need to use the advanced tarball options. They are for atypical or advanced software or hardware configurations. OpenRC is dependency. Well, I'm not using systemd, and the reason for that is a lot of things depend on it. As much as we like OpenRC's like speed and, well, it's less bloated in a sense. Some people call it bloated. Systemd is something that almost a lot of things I use, I realized since the last time I installed Gentoo, rely on systemd. So for me, it's gonna be systemd. Unfortunately, otherwise, I would have loved to use OpenRC. Maybe I'll experiment with it, see if it's strictly needed for me to use everything that's based on systemd, and if there is no alternatives, maybe that's another video which will possibly, wink wink, change from OpenRC to system. I mean, they're the opposite, from systemd to OpenRC. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. Systemd is a modern sysv style init and RC replacement for Linux systems, and it is used for the primary init system by a majority of Linux distributions. Systemd is fully supported in Gentoo and works for its intended purpose. If something seems lacking in the handbook for a systemd install path, review the systemd article before asking for support. Just a sec. Hey guys, sorry for the delay. I'm in a place. Gentoo with systemd is not a real Gentoo. Well, yeah, fair enough, bro. Okay. It's how it is. I'm installing it for like daily driver use. Yes, I'm a masochist. Don't ask. Anyway, yeah. The multi-lib profile, multi-libs 32 and 64-bit. For every architecture has not every architecture has a multi-lib option. Many only run with native code. Multi-lib is commonly applied to AMD 64. The multi-lib profile uses 64-bit libraries when possible and only falls back to the 32-bit versions when strictly necessary for compatibility. This is an excellent option for the majority of installations because it provides a great amount of flexibility for customization in the future. And the reason why I'm installing multi-lib is because I'm going to be running Steam, and we all know how Steam is. It requires multi-lib. And, well, if Steam isn't requiring multi-lib, Wine will, because I do play old games, and most of the games I do play are old. No multi-lib, lib pure 64-bit. We're not doing that. Downloading the stage file. Okay, cd mnt gentoo. Let's see what there is in here. That's just the EFI date. We are June 10th. Is it June 10th? Yeah, it is. There we go. Automatic. I mean, let's see if there is. an automatic way of doing that. Okay, there. Now we can do that, and we're correct. Wait, you should only add 32 libs for what Steam needed. I'll go for multi-libs. I don't care. I will need it at some point. Yeah. Okay. Oh, bud. Those environments with fully graphical web browsers will not have problem copying a write stage file that download section. Let's just go. AMD 64. I used to do this with links, and then I realized, wait, I can just use SSH to do this. Well, stages. We don't need advanced. What was advanced stages again? Let's see. The advanced stages. Crap. Is this a sage file? Installation files. Yeah. Okay. wget, copy link and paste into the clipboard. Yeah. Hardened? What's hardened? Okay. Both. This is like Graphene OS. Stage, System D. Well, I thought there were like versions for KD Plasma as well from these stage files. Wait. Those using environments, command line browsers. Does links even exist here? Yeah, it does. Oh shit, yeah, that's a bad idea, kind of, but then I don't know. But like if you go for pure 60. So this part of the stage file, I forgot. Okay, we'll go for systemd, desktop profile. Hell yeah, this is it. Desktop profile, systemd, this is what we need, right? Yes. wget, pasted, nice. There we go. Don't mind my internet speed. I got a switch in between the router and the thing. Yep. That's what I'm downloading. Stage. We got here. Stage 3 AMD 64 desktop systemd. Yeah, that's correct. So were you like subscribed, or where did you find the stream from? I got like a switch in between my router and the PC, and that thing caps out at like 100 megabit, and that's why we're downloading at exactly the cap. Yeah, I got bottlenecks everywhere. Links. Oh, we don't need links. So, verifying and validating. wget. On the mirror list, select a mirror close by. Okay. Verifying and validating. Like with the minimal installation CDs, additional downloads to verify and validate the stage file are available. The extra files are available under the root of the mirrors directory. Browse to the appropriate location for the hardware architecture and the system profile and download the associated contents.gz, digests, and SHA-256. Well, you know what? No. Am I dumb for not checking what the file like integrity is? I don't think so. Or am I? Maybe I am. I don't know. Should I check for it, or should I just trust my network? Let's just do it. You know what? Yeah. Wget this. What is this? Contents gz. Now what do we just do? A compressed file that contains a list of all files. Okay, let's see. OS. Should I trust the network? Okay, we'll just go remove index.html. Let's go. Yeah, whatever. We'll just install it again if there is an issue. Installing the stage file. Yeah. And then these are the sums. Yeah, we're not missing anything, so we're just going to run this. Once the stage file has been downloaded and verified, well, it has not been, but the network was verified. tar xp, yeah, we just put that in. Before extracting, verify the options. X. Where's X? Extract. Oh yeah. Preserve, verbose, file, and then we have Zatters include. Preserves the extended attributes of all namespaces stored in the archive. Okay. Numeric order. Ensure that the user and group IDs of files being extracted from the tarball remain the same as Gentoo's release on engineering team intended, even if adventurous users are not going to install Gentoo live environments for the installation process. And -c mnt Gentoo install files to root partition regardless of the current directory. Now the stage file is unpacked. Okay. Oh, bud. Hell yeah, we're super verbose. Okay. Configuring compile options. Oh yeah, here's where the fun comes in. Introduction. This is where Gentoo comes in. To optimize the system, it is possible to set variables which impact the behavior of portage, Gentoo's officially supported package manager. All those files can be set as environment variables using export, but setting via export is not permanent. Technically, variables can be exported to the shells profile or RC files, however, that's not best practice for basic system administration. Portage reads in the make configuration file, which, when it runs, will change the runtime behavior depending on the values saved in the make conf. Can be considered the primary configuration file for portage. So treat its context carefully. A commented listing of all possible variables can be found in mnt gentoo user share portage config make config.example. Additional documentation on make config can be found by running man5 make config. For a successful Gentoo installation, only the variables that are mentioned below need to be set. Okay. Fire up an editor. In this guide we use Nano to alter optimization variables we will discuss hereafter. Oh yeah, bud, we're in. From the make.conf.example file, it is obvious how the file should be structured. Should we open up the makeconf example file? I don't know. From the makeconf.example file, it is obvious how the file should be structured. Commented lines start with that. Other lines define variables using the variable value syntax. Several of those file variables are discussed in the next section. C flags and CSX flags. The C flags and CSX flags variables define the optimization flags for GCC and C++ compilers respectively, although those are defined generally here. For maximum performance, one would need to optimize these flags for each program separately. Oh damn. The reason for this is because every program is different, however this is not manageable, hence the definition of these flags in the make configuration file. In make.conf, one should define the optimization flags that will be the system for the most responsive generally. Don't place experimental settings in this variable. Too much optimization can make programs misbehave, crash, or even worse, malfunction. The handbook is will not explain all possible optimization options. To understand all of them, read the GNU online manuals or the GCC info page, info GCC. The makeconf example file itself includes lots of examples and information. Don't forget to read it too. The first setting is mark or mtune flag, which specifies the name of the target architecture. Possible options are described in the makeconf example file as comments. A commonly used value is native, so that it tells the compiler to select the target architecture of the system, the one the users are installing Gentoo on. The second one is -0 flag, which is capital O, not a 0. Okay, which specifies the GCC optimization class flag. Possible classes are S for size optimized, 0 for no optimizations, 1, 2, 3 for more speed optimization flags. Every class has the same flags as the one before, plus some extras. O2 is the recommended default. O3 is known to cause problems when used system-wide, so we recommend to stick to O2. Another one is pipe. Use pipes rather than temporary files for communication between the various stages of compilation. It has no impact on the generated code, but uses more memory. On systems with low memory, GCC might get killed. In that case, do not use this flag. Using format frame pointer, which doesn't keep the frame pointer in a register for functions that don't need one, might have set a serious repercussion on the debugging of applications. When using C flags, when using C flags and CXX flags, when the C flags and CXS flags variables are defined, combine the several optimization flags in one string. The default values contained in the stage file should be good enough. Should be good enough. The following one is just an example. Okay, we'll add march native, because that why compile for everything, right? To this file. Okay, and I think it's all there. Although the GCC optimization article has more information on how the various compilation options can affect the system, the safe C flags article may be a more practical place for beginners to start optimizing their systems. Rust flags. Rust flags. Yeah. The most useful optimization would be to tell Rust to compile for your CPU in the following example. But do we even have like Rust on this? Let's see. Rust C dash target CPU help. Oh yeah, we don't. Good. Well, we can add it to the config file anyway. I don't think that will be a problem if I enter. The most useful optimization would be to tell Rust to compile your CPU using the following example. To get a list of supported CPUs in Rust, run. Okay, but we need the Rust thing. The above command only works if on desktop stage 3 tarballs or after emerging Dev lang rust bin. I don't know why it didn't work then. Desktop stage 3 tarballs. Yeah, that is not good. What kind of tarball did we extract? Yeah. LS? Stage 3 desktop tarball. What? Anyway, yeah. Or, yeah, make ops. The makeops variable defines how many parallel compilations should occur when installing a package. As Portage version 3.0.41, it's left undefined. Try the command again. How can it change? It doesn't. It doesn't work. The makeops variable defines how many parallel compilations should occur. I mean, maybe I'm not rooted into it. Okay, whatever. The makeops variable defines how many parallel compilations should occur when installing a package. As of Portage version whatever that is left undefined, Portage's default behavior is to set makeops value to the same number of threads returned by nproc. 36, good. Trains, so this node is wrong. Yeah, maybe. Because, like, I did it before it worked. Like, last time I was installing it, it worked. nproc 36 threads. Obviously, bruh. Further as of... Okay, it's undefined. Make absolute average value to the same number of threads. But, yeah, okay. A good choice of the smaller... Is the smaller of the CPU... Yes. I can do it when Truth is available. By the way, the stream delay is pretty high because I'm on my framework laptop and I don't want it to overheat. Yeah, I just made it, and also for the quality to be better, as compared to yeah. I mean, it's a low power system. Well, compared to my desktop at least. If left undefined, Portage's default behavior is to set makeups on and proc. A good choice is the smaller number of CPU threads the CPU has, or a good choice is the smaller of number of CPU threads the CPU has, or the total amount of system RAM divided by 2 gigabytes. Okay. Using a large number of jobs can significantly impact memory consumption. A good recommendation is to at least have at least 2 gigs of RAM for every job. So let's say like J6 requires at least 12 gigs to avoid running out of memory. Lower the number of jobs to fit the available memory. Okay, well that is something we want to change because my cores are disappropriate to that. So how do we... Okay. I'll just put the documentation in as well. So the total amount of system memory divided by at least 12 gigs. Okay, so the total amount of system memory is 48. We'll do 40 over 2, that's 20. So, okay, wait, let me think about this. It says a good choice is the small, okay, the total amount of system RAM divided by 2 gigabytes. It's 48, but I want to have 8 all the time because that's usually what I have. Notice wrong. Okay, yeah. So the total amount of RAM is 48, but I want to have 8, like worst case scenario, because that's usually how much I use in my idle workload. So I'll do J20. You know what? Think about this later. Now we don't have to think about this. We'll just do 24. Or we can do all of it, like 36, and see how it goes. What about L? What's L? To avoid running out of memory. Okay, well, let's just do 24 then. Or like 23 maybe. Yeah, 23 is good. To avoid running out of memory, lower the number of jobs to fit the available memory. When using parallel merges, jobs is the effective number of jobs that can grow exponentially up to make jobs multiplied by merged jobs. This can be worked around by using localhost only distcc configuration that will limit the number of compiler instances by host. Okay, what about L? What's L in makeops? Okay, just search. How does makeops work? Whatever. We have -L here. On top of that, you can add limiters so that new threads are spawned only as cumulative system load is lower than some value. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, bruh. Ready, set, go. What? Save. There we go. Update that, and yeah. Copy DNS info. Easy. One thing still remains to be done before entering the new environment, and that is copying over the DNS information in resolve conf. This needs to be done to ensure that the networking still works even after entering the new environment. /etc resolve conf contains the name of servers of the for the network. To copy this information, it is recommended to pass the dereference option for the cp command. This ensures that if /etc resolve conf is a symbolic link, that the link's target file is copied instead of the symbolic link itself. Otherwise, the new environment, the symbolic link would point to a non-existing file, as the link's target is most likely not available inside the new environment, obviously. Yeah, there we go. Mounting the necessary file systems. Okay, let me just see. Mounting the necessary file systems. In a few minutes, the Linux root will be changed towards the new location. The file systems that need to be made available are proc is a pseudo file system. It looks like regular files, but generated on the fly by the Linux kernel. Sys is a pseudo file system like proc, which it was meant to replace and is more structured than proc. I love how some things are meant to replace others, but they just stay sometimes. Dev is a regular file system which contains all devices. It is partially managed by the Linux device manager, usually udev. Run is a temporary file system used for files generated at runtime, such as PIDs or logs. And the proc location will be mounted on MNT Gentoo proc, whereas the others are bind mounted. The latter means that, for instance, MNT Gentoo proc is a new mount point instance, to so to speak, on the file system. Yeah, we have to mount all of these. Bro, this is like one of the hardest parts to do if you're like trying to install it like without SSH. to get these correct, and then especially after reading all of that, or having a long day before installation, bro, you really want to do Gentoo in the morning to get it at least installed by the end of the night. What? If using Gentoo's install media, oh damn, great. No such device. No such device. Okay, rbind. Wait, we did types. We did rbind. We made make rslay. Well, that sounds weird. Mount point doesn't exist. Great. Wait. Okay, I exited. Now let's see how it goes. I think I'm in there though. Like I do see it's here. Like ls. Now mount the rest. Ignore the tip. Okay, I just have to. Okay, exit. Okay. Oh yeah, I get it. I get it. Okay. I'm using the Gentoo thing, so yeah, I don't know why that's a thing that happened. Okay, just do this. Do this. Do that. Done. Are needed for system D support later in the installation. Good. Okay. When using non-Gentoo installation media, this might not be sufficient. Some distributions make dev shm a symbolic link to run shm, which after the chroot becomes invalid. Making dev shm a proper tempfs mount up front can fix this. Okay, this is not applicable to us. Entering the new environment. Now that all the partitions are initialized and the base environment is installed, it is time to enter the new installation environment by rooting into it. This means the session will change its root, most top level location of the that can be accessed from the current installation environment CD or the installation medium to the installation system, namely the initialized partitions. Hence the name change root or chroot. This chrooting is done in 3 steps. The root location is changed from root on the installation medium to MNT Gentoo on the partitions using chroot or arch chroot if available. If settings those in XC profile are reloaded in memory using the source command, the primary prompts is changed to help us remember that this session is inside a chroot environment. Okay. Chroot source etc profile export ls. Yep. Yeah, we're in. If the above section was skipped, to use rstrue to use the that. From this point, all actions performed are immediately on the Gentoo Linux environment. If the Gentoo installation is interrupted anywhere at this point, it should be possible to resume the installation at this step. I love that they have this, because like it's gonna take a while. If the Gentoo installation is interrupted anywhere after this point, it should be possible to resume the installation at this step. There is no need to repartition the disks again. Simply check the date and time, mount the root partition, and run the steps above, starting with copying the DNS to re-enter the working environment. This is also for fixing bootloader issues. More information can be found on this Chroot article. Preparing for a bootloader. Oh damn, this like machine under me is like not in the best position. Preparing for a bootloader. Now that the new environment has been entered, it is necessary to prepare the new environment for the bootloader. It will be important to have the correct partition mounted when it is time to install the bootloader. UEFI systems. For UEFI systems, the FSDA1 was formatted with the FAT32 file system and will be used as the EF5 system partition, ESP. Create a new AFI directory if not yet created, and then mount the ESP there. Done so. This is for BIOS, so we don't care. Configuring portage. Installing a Gentoo ebuild repository snapshot from the web. Next step is to install a snapshot of the Gentoo ebuild repository. This snapshot contains a collection of files that informs portage about available software titles for installation, which profiles the system administrator can select, package or profile specific news items, etc. The use of Emerge Web Rsync is recommended for those who are not behind restrictive firewalls. It uses HTTP, FTP protocols for downloading the snapshot and saves network bandwidth. This will fetch the latest snapshot, which is released on a daily basis from the... What just happened? Okay. Are we still running? Okay, we just lost reception for some reason. Why? I have no idea. Yeah. Emerge Web Rsync. Onto the system. There we go. During the operation, the Emerge Web Rsync might complain about the missing var db repo's location. This is to be expected and nothing to worry about. It did not. From this point onward, Portage might mention that certain updates are recommended to be executed. This is because system packages installed through the stage file might not have newer versions available. Portage is now aware of the packages because of the repository snapshot. Package updates can be safely ignored for now. Updates can be delayed until after the Gentoo installation has finished. Optional, selecting mirrors. We'll do select mirrors. In order to download source code quickly, it is recommended to select fast geographically close mirrors. Portage will look in the make comp for the Gentoo mirrors variable and the mirrors listed therein. It is possible to surf the Gentoo mirror list and search for a mirror or multiple mirrors close to the system's physical location, as those are most frequently the fastest ones. A tool called Mirror List Select provides a text interface to more quickly query the select suitable mirrors. Just navigate to the mirrors of choice and press spacebar to select one or more. Emerge Ask Verbose One Shot App Portage Mirror List Select. Okay. What? Okay. Yes. And here we go. We gotta open like a tail window here as well. So we're gonna need another alacrity. New terminal. And we're gonna run sh root and 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there we go. And we got this is where we'll run tail. Good. Okay, mirrorless select IO make conf. Okay. Okay, we need like basically all of Europe. Belgium. Australia's. Austria, we need those. We need Brazil, no. Bulgaria, yes. Canada, well, we can get some Canadian mirrors, I think. Do we need Canadian mirrors? Okay, let's see which ones are like. Do you have like. Yeah, let's get a Toronto mirror. Yeah, that's it. Chile, no. China, no. Czech Republic, obviously. One of my friends studies right here. Insane. Bro, we're gonna download some files from his. Denmark, France, Germany. Is this a good thing to have all the mirrors on? I don't know. We'll see. Hong Kong, no. Hungary, yes. Israel, well, Israel's close, but then again, I don't know how the cables specifically move. Let's get all of Italy. Luxembourg, Moldova, and Netherlands. Well, oh yeah, Netherlands. New Caledonia, no. Portugal, and Poland. Romania, Russia. You know what? No, we're not doing Russia. Actually, Yandex Food can maybe. No, we're not doing Russia. Serbia. Slovakia. We'll do Switzerland. We'll do. I don't know, Spain. Well, Spain is a little. Whatever. Ukraine. Another Ukraine. The UK. And then we can have the UK. There we go. Okay. That should be it. Alternatively, there is a list of mirrors available online and optional rsync mirrors. Gentoo also has many rsync mirrors which can speed up downloading the available package list using Emerge Sync. Am I like... Okay, yeah. Explain more in detail later. By selecting a mirror closer that is geographically closer to the user. Select a mirror close to the system's location from Gentoo.org support rsync mirrors and replace the sync URI default mirror in etc portage repos conf Gentoo conf with the desired mirror location. Okay. Rsync Europe Gentoo.org, yeah. And nano. Sync URI. Let's get a Dutch mirror. Why not? Or actually a German one, maybe? Why do the Dutch only have IPv4? I'll get both. rsync Gentoo.org. You know what? I'll get the whole thing. Wait, no. That's not how it works. We'll get this. Any available mirror. Okay, there we go. Just in case someone dies, you know, one of the mirrors die. We'll get any Gentoo mirror. Main repo, yeah, there we go. Optional, updating the Gentoo eBold repository. Is it possible to update the Gentoo eBold repository to the latest version? The previous emerge websync command will have installed a very recent snapshot, usually recent up to 24 hours. So this step is definitely optional. Suppose there is a need for the latest package updates up to 1 hour, then use emerge sync. This command will use the rsync protocol to update the Gentoo eBold repository, which was fetched earlier through emerge web sync to the latest state. We can do that. Okay. On slow terminals, such as certain frame buffers or serial consoles, it is recommended to use the quiet option to speed up the process. Reading news items. When the Gentoo and eBold repository is synchronized, Portage may output informational messages similar to the following. Yep. News items were created to provide the communication medium to push critical messages to users via the Gentoo eBold repository to manage them. Use eSelect News. The eSelect application is a Gentoo specific utility that allows for a common management interface for system administration. In this case, eSelect is asked to use its news module. For the news module, 3 operations are most used. With list, an overview of the available news items is displayed. With read, the news items can be read. with purge, news items can be removed once they have been read and will not be reread anymore. Man, yeah, you can check out the man page. Choosing the right profile. Okay, wait a sec, I gotta see if I got any messages. No, I don't. And no, I don't here as well. Okay. Do I have any messages on Discord? No, I don't. Yeah, we're all good. Welcome, viewer, to the stream. On and install media without a scrollable terminal. Yeah, we don't need that. Okay, a profile. Okay, desktop profiles are exclusively for desktop environments. They are also suitable for minimal window managers like i3 or Sway. A profile is a building block for any Gentoo system. Not only does it specify values for use and C flags and other important variables, it also locks the system to a certain range of package versions. These settings are all maintained by Gentoo's developers. To see what profile the system is currently using, run eSelect using the profile module. Okay. Okay, so the output of the command is just an example and evolves over time. To use systemd, select a profile which has systemd in the name and vice versa if not. There are many desktop sub-profiles available for some architectures which include software packages commonly necessary for a desktop experience. Profile upgrades are not taken lightly. When selecting the initial profile, the use of profile corresponding to the same version as the same initially used by the stage file. Each new profile version is announced through a news item containing migration instructions. To be sure to carefully follow the instructions before switching to a newer profile. Okay, yeah, that's good. After viewing the available profiles of AMD 64 architecture, users can select a different profile for the system. Okay, we need Plasma systemd. Right. LLVM hardens Unix XC. Yeah, I think it's up there. Default stable. Is there no like non-stable stuff for? Okay, we'll just eSelect that. Right. Yeah, so we select profile set 2. Well, not 2, 8. Default Linux AMD 64. Isn't there no default Linux AMD 64 23.0 desktop Plasma systemd? Yeah, that's it. Oh shit, yeah, sorry. That wasn't. I'm dumb. No, it's fine, it's fine. I did it in another terminal, which is not, yeah, there we go, it works. Yeah, that window is not in truth. Yeah, I'm dumb. It has to go into truth. Cause I opened like a new one. Yeah. I got a root into it. Well, we'll set the profile to like compile, and then whenever the tail comes up, I'll just open it up. I just need to tail here, so basically I just have to point to that file anyway, so I'll just add like 2 more directories. It's no big deal. No multi-lib. Okay. In order to select a pure 64-bit environment with no 32-bit applications or libraries, use a no multi-lib profile. Okay, so we did choose a no multi-lib. So we chose this, and this is no multi-lib. Yeah. To select the next select the non-multi-lib. Okay, good. The developer subprofile is specifically for Gentoo Linux development and is not meant to be used by casual users. Since December 2023, Gentoo's release engineering team has offered a official binary package host shortened to bin hosts, for use with the general community to receive and install binary packages. Pardon. Adding a binary package host allows portage to encrypt. Wow, my throat has cracked. Wait a sec. Okay. That didn't fix it, but for use with the general community to retrieve and install binary packages. Adding a binary package host allows portage to install cryptographically signed, compiled packages. In many cases, adding a binary package host will greatly decrease the mean time to package installation and adds much benefit when running Gentoo on older, slower, and lower power systems. Repository configuration. The repository configuration for a bin host is found in the portage's Etsy portage bin repos directory, which functions similarly to the configuration mentioned in the Gentoo eBolt repository section. The architecture and profile targets within the sync URI value do matter and should align to the respective computer architectures, AMD 64 in this case, system profile selected in choosing right section. Selecting fast geographically close mirror will generally shorten retrieval time. Review the mirror select tool mentioned in the optional selecting mirrors section, or review the online list of mirrors where URLs values can be discovered. Should I add bin repos? Is this even a file that exists currently? I think it will be. Cat. Yeah, it does. Priority 1. CDN-based binary package host example. If the CPU supports x86-64-v3, the file doesn't exist? It does exist. Well, if the CPU supports x86-64-v3, then the bin host offers bin packages which are compiled to support those features as well. For ease of explaining all the main line, Intel, Haswell, and newer support this, and AMD's Ryzen range do that as well. But I have like v4, that's for sure. For other CPU lines, please check or use the bin host example given above. Well, we don't need that, honestly. Installing binary packages. Portage will compile packages from source code by default. It is instructed to use binary packages in the following ways. Get bin pack package option can be passed when invoking a merge command. This method of binary package installation is useful to install only a particular binary package. Changing the system's default via portage's features is valuable. We're not going to change the default, that's for sure. Applying this configuration change will cause portage to query the binary package host for the packages. Yeah, without binary repos, that's for sure. I'm just reading on this just to remember. Applying this configuration change will cause Portage to query binary package hosts for the packages to be requested and fall back to compiling locally when no results are found. For example, to have Portage always install available binary packages. Etc Portage make conf configure Portage to use binary packages as by default. We're not doing that. Get uto. What is that? Please also run get uto for Portage to set up the necessary keyring for verification. Additional Portage features will be discussed in the next chapter of the handbook. Okay, use is one of the most powerful variables of that Gentoo provides to its users. Several programs can be compiled with or without support, optional support for certain items. For instance, some programs can be compiled with support for GTK Plus or support for Qt. Others can be compiled without SSL support. Some programs can even be compiled with frame buffer support SVGA lib instead of X11 X server. Most distributions compile their packages with support as much as possible, increasing the size of programs and startup time. But not to mention an enormous amount of dependencies with Gentoo users. Gentoo users can define what options for what packages should be compiled. This is where use comes into play. In the use variable, users define keywords which are mapped into compile options. Okay. Well, I'm still reading, you know? I'm going to daily drive this thing, hopefully. This is where use comes into play. The use variable users define keywords. Most distributions compile their packages with no support. With Gentoo, user can define what options for which a package should be compiled. This is where use comes into play. In the use variable, users define keywords which are mapped into compile options. For instance, SSL will compile SSL support into the programs that support it. -X will remove the X server. Note that the minus sign in front, GNOME GTK -KDE Qt5 will compile programs for GNOME GTK Plus support and not with the KDE and Qt support. Making the system fully tweaked for GNOME if the architecture supports it. The general default use settings are placed in make defaults files of the Gentoo profile used by the system. Gentoo uses a complex inheritance system for system profiles, which will not be covered in depth during the installation process. The easiest way to check the current active use settings is to run emerge info and select the line that starts with use. Emerge --info that whatever that is grep use. Let's see. Oh damn, not this again. Holy bro. X is being used. Okay, a full description of the available use flags can be found on the system in var db repos Gentoo profiles use description. Less var db repos Gentoo profile use description. Inside the less command, scrolling can be done using top and down arrows and exited by pressing Q. As an example, we show a use setting for a KDE-based system with DVD, ALSA, and CD recording support. Yeah. Okay, makes sense. Nano etc GNOME etc Portage make conf. etc Portage make conf enabling flags for KDE Plasma based. Yeah. Okay. When a use value is defined in etc Portage make.conf, it is added to the system's use flag list. Use flags can be globally removed by adding a minus sign in front of the value in the list. For example, to disable support for X graphical environments, -X can be set. Etsy portage make.conf, ignoring default use flags. There we go. Although possible, setting -X will disable all use values except for the ones specified in make.conf. It is strongly discouraged and unwise. eBuild developers choose certain use flags values in eBuilds in order to prevent conflicts, enhance security, and avoid errors and other reasons. Disabling all use flags will negate default behavior and may cause major issues. CPU flags. Okay, here we go. Oh shit. Some architectures, including AMD 64 x86 ARM PPC, have a use expand variable called CPU flags arc. Let's just see what that is. We'll see what that is later. Do not be confused. AMD 64 and x86 systems share some common architecture, so the proper variable for AMD 64 is CPU flags x86. This is used to configure the build to compile in a specific assembly code or other intrinsic use profile. Yeah, it should be. Usually handwritten or otherwise extra, and is not the same as asking the compiler to output optimized code for a certain CPU feature. Example, mark. Yeah. Users should set this variable in addition to configuring their common flags as desired. A few steps are needed to set this up. We need this. Yes. Inspect the output manually if curious. Yep, there we go. We got the AVX 512s. And we're gonna run this. And we can just view cat sc portage package use 00 CPU flags, and that is it. 10th gen Intel Extreme Core. Video cards. Oh damn, we got NVIDIA involved. By default, a profile already. Oh, this. You can just press enter. You don't have to type yes. Oh, okay. By default, a profile already sets a few video cards. For many reasons, this is not ideal, but a useful safety net. To configure the system correctly, the user needs to first unset the presets video cards with the video cards, then set the correct card for that system. This is old. This is not correct currently. Below the table of the video cards. Okay. We'll add this. Nano. Oh, come on, I really hate, yeah. GPU driver name. Nouveau. No Nouveau. We're going for NVIDIA. I'll look at that later. Official, yeah. Oh yeah, accept license variable. We're gonna accept all them licenses. Details for various GPUs can be found on the AMD GPU, Intel, Nouveau, and NVIDIA proprietary articles. Optional. You know what? I want to go there. I want to see. Nouveau supports everything except for Blackwell. OpenGL. Yeah. Okay. Details for various GPUs can be found. Okay. Optional, configure the accept license variable. Let's do that. Should I do that? Starting with Gentoo's enhancement proposal 23, a mechanism was created to allow system administrators the ability to regulate the software they install with regards to licenses. Some want a system free of any software that is not OSI approved. Others are simply curious as to what licenses are implicitly accepting. They are implicitly accepting with a motivation to have more granular control over the software running on the Gentoo system. The accept license variable was born. During the installation process, Portage considers the value set within our accept license variable to determine if the requested packages meet the sysadmin's determination of an acceptable license. Herein lies a problem. The Gentoo ebuild repository is filled with thousands of ebuilds, which results in hundreds of distinct software licenses. Does this implicit sysadmin into individually approving each and every new software license? Thankfully, no. GLEP 23 also outlines a solution to this problem. A concept called license groups. For the convenience of system administration, legally similar software licenses have been bundled together according to its like kind. License groups group definitions are available for viewing and are managed by the Gentoo licenses project. While an individual license is not, license groups are syntactically preceded with a symbol, enabling them to be easily distinguished in about accept license variable. Some common license groups include currently set system-wide acceptable license values can be viewed via this. Okay, yeah. Now we have to change the licenses. A visible... What just happened? Okay. As visible in the output, the default value is to only allow software which has been grouped into the free category to be installed. Specific licenses or license groups for a system can be defined in the following locations. System-wide within the selected profile, this sets the default value. System-wide within the etc portage make conf file, system administrators override the default profile's default value within this file. Per package within a license file, per package within a package, whatever. or directory of files. The system-wide license default in the profile is overridden by the etc portage make conf. Okay. You know what? No. Okay, that's not what we're doing. I don't care about the mirrors yet. Okay, we're just gonna put this here. Okay, now we're just gonna add all the licenses. Free. EULA. EULA. Is it like somewhere here? Because I'll do this because there's like more stuff here that are basically included in the others. So free combines free software and free documents. A binary redistributable also includes free, but it was already like by default there. EULA. FSF improved other is like its own thing, I believe. And free software includes FSF improved, OSI improved, and MISC free. What about GPL compatible? That is nowhere. So I gotta accept that as well. There we go. GPL compatible. Wait. Control X. Enter. Okay. Currently set system-wide packages can be viewed via that. Alright, we're in. As visible in the output, the default value is to only allow software which has been grouped in free to be installed. Specific licenses or licensee groups for a system can be defined in the following locations. System-wide within the selected profile, this sets the default value. System-wide within the etc portage make.conf file. System administrators override the profile's default value within the file per package within a etc portage package license file. Per package within the etc portage for a package license directory of files. The system-wide license default in the profile is overridden within the etc portage make.conf. Okay, what is that? Oh yeah, I read that. Okay, I was like, what? Like, is there something different? Wait a sec. That removes it. That's redundant. Should I just remove all of this? But just put this in. See what that does. X, Y, enter. What about now? We'll see how it goes. Let's just search up. Okay, it works then. Thanks. Make directory Etsy portage package license. Okay. Yeah, that's how you do it per package. Software license details for individual Gentoo packages are stored within the license variable of the associated eBuild. One package may have one or more software licenses, therefore it'd be necessary to specify multiple accessible licenses for a certain package. Okay, yeah. Important: license variable in eBuild is only a guideline for Gentoo developers and its users. It is not a legal statement. And there is no guarantee that it will reflect reality. It is recommended to not solely rely on the eBuild developer's interpretation of the software package's license, but check the package itself in depth, including all files that have been installed for the system. Optional: updating. Hey, TMM free, why are you here? Okay. Yeah. The license variable in an eBuild is only a okay. I read that. Optional: updating the @world set. So, what do you think about this, 13? Should I update world? If a desktop environment profile target has been selected from a non-desktop stage file, the world update process could greatly extend the amount of time necessary for the install process. Those in a time crunch can work as a rule of thumb. The shorter the profile name, the less specific the system's world set. The less specific the world set, the fewer packages the system will require. Example: selecting default Linux AMD64 23.0 will likely require fewer packages to be updated, while selecting that will require more packages, obviously, to be installed, since the profile target has a larger system and the profile sets. Dependencies supporting the GNOME desktop environment. Updating the system's world set is optional and will be unlikely to perform functional changes unless one or more of the following optional steps have been performed. A profile target different from the stage file has been selected. Additional use flags have been set for installed packages. Readers who are performing an install Gentoo speedrun may safely skip world set updates until after their system has rebooted into the Gentoo environment. So readers who are performing a slow run can have Portage perform updates for package profile and or use flag changes at the present time. Readers who added a binary host above, in order to fetch packages from a binary host instead of compiling them. Okay. Should I do this? Should I go update world? What do you say? Okay. Makes sense. Not yet. I'll just do it after I install them. Time zone. This step does not apply to users in the Musel libc. Users who do not know what that means should perform this step. This step does not apply to users in the Musel libc. Not mean perform this step. Okay. Alright. Well. Yeah. Just to not leak my location, we're just gonna do it somewhere else. ls-l user share zone info Europe. And that's where commentating ends. That's it. The target path with that at the start is relative to the link location, not the current directory. An absolute path can be used for the symlink, but as a relative link is also created by systemd's time-date-ctl and compatible with alternate routes. Configure locales. Nano localgen. Okay. Default installation of Gentoo Linux provides an archive that contains all supported devices numbering 500 or more, all locales numbering 500 or more. However, it is typical for an administrator to require only one or two of these, but in that case the etc localgen configuration file may be populated with a list of the required locales, but default localgen shall read this file and compile only the locales that are specified, saving both time and space in the longer term. Locales specify not only the language that the user should use and interact with the system, but also the rules for sorting strings, displaying dates and times, and etc. Locales are case sensitive and must be represented exactly as described. A full listing of available locales can be found in the user share i18n supported file. The following locales are an example to get both English, United States, and German, Deutschland, Germany, Deutschland, with the accompanying character formats like UTF-8. ENGB, I think. What is there? Like ENUS? Find. Okay, no, it's not enabled. Okay. Non-UTF-8 locales are discouraged and should only be used in special circumstances. Many applications that require at least one UTF-8 locale to build properly. Okay, that's it. The next step is to run the locale gen. Okay. So it generates all the locales. On system installs the locale CTL can be used with locale CTL set locale and locale CTL list locales. Locale selection. Once done, it is now time to get the system-wide locale settings. Again, eSelect is used, so now use the locale model. C. What's C? Is that just C? With eSelect local list, yeah. With eSelect local set number, the set number, well, yeah. 4 to update the, yeah. We're in CH root now. Let me go back to that page. Do we even need to do it? No. With eSelect local nav, yeah, go ahead. Manually setting system locale definitions. No. Now reload the environment. Well, we can do that. And also, root will come back. Okay. Configuring the kernel. Great. Installing firmware and or microcode. Firmware. Suggested. Linux firmware. On many systems, non-FOSS firmware is required for certain hardware to function. The syslinux Linux firmware package contains firmware for many, but not all devices. Okay. Emerge asks syskernel. Yeah, let's just go for it. Most wireless GPUs and things. Yeah, obviously. Here we go. Installing certain firmware packages often requires accepting the associated firmware licenses if necessary. Yeah, go back there. Good thing I installed all of them, yeah. Last time I didn't understand the licenses thing. I just said, okay, it's free, let's just confirm that. But apparently no, it's a lot more than that. So it asked me for licenses to accept them. Firmware files are typically located when the associated kernel module is, wow, oh my god, that's fast. I did this on a dual core last time, but now it's on a killer machine. This is extremely fast. Yeah. Firmware files are typically located when the associated kernel module is loaded. This means the firmware must be built into the kernel using config extra firmware if the kernel module is set to Y instead of M. We'll just, you know what? Let's make it pretty for the stream. Let's do that. Firmware files, yeah. This means the firmware must be built into the kernel using config extra firmware if the wait, did I read that? Yeah. a module is set to Y or M. In most cases, building in a module which required firmware can complicate or break loading. SOF firmware. Sound Open Firmware is a new open source audio driver meant to replace the proprietary Smart Sound Technology audio driver from Intel, 10th Gen Plus, and Apollo Lake Atom. Well, and Pentium, yeah. And certain AMD APUs also have support for this firmware. SOS supported platforms can be found here in more information. We're not going to install that if we don't need to. Oh man, that was insane. I don't think this applies to us. It's 9th gen core, like it's 10th gen in terms of the letter, but it's 9th gen. So if I don't have sound, I'll just come back to this. Suggested microcode. In addition to discrete graphics hardware and network interfaces, CPUs can also require... Wait. CPUs also require firmware updates. Typically, this kind of firmware is referred to as microcode. Newer versions of microcode are sometimes necessary to patch instability, security concerns, or miscellaneous bugs in CPU hardware. Microcode updates for AMD CPUs are generally within the aforementioned syslinux, yeah, that thing. Microcode for Intel CPUs can be found within the sys firmware microcode package, which will need to be installed separately. Now see the microcode article to how to apply microcode updates. I'll just run this. Kernel configuration, referred to Intel microcode for x86 CPUs from Intel, and AMD microcode for x86 CPUs from AMD. If InitRD is to be used, then enable it. Since kernel version microcode loading is enabled by default, they were replaced with, yeah. The only way to load microcode is through the kernel. While at least one CPU must be enabled, it does not hurt to choose both AMD and Intel. How would you do it? Dracoot or what? In the init manifest, use flag is inactive. For the Intel microcode build will ensure that a CPIO archive of all these generated all microcode is either directly into boot Intel UC image, or it will instruct install kernel to generate one when the kernel is installed. To manually generate the microcode CPIO archive, use IUcode tool. If a gen kernel is used to generate deferred initRD, then enable. Yeah, these are like archaic. Let's run this. Okay, iCode tool system as processor with that writing. Yeah. If gen kernel is used to, no. Syslinux multiple initRD files are separated by commas in the initRD line. Set early ucode CPIO to load first. Grub legacy, grub. Oh, we haven't gotten to that point yet. Syskernel, install kernel. Install kernel may be used to automate the kernel installation. Init manifest generation, unified kernel image generation, and bootloader configuration, among other things. Syskernel install kernel implements two paths of ways of achieving this. Traditional install kernel originating from Debian systemd's kernel install, which one to choose depends among the other things on the system's bootloader. By default, systemd's kernel install is used on systemd profiles, while the traditional install kernel is the default for other profiles. Wait. I'll just get this as well. Now is the time to think about the bootloader. Only one selection is required for in the following subsection. Yeah, okay. Only one selection is required in following section. If unsure of which to use, then go use the first listed. For now, it's always possible to switch later date if required. I like how it's like bootloader switching is a non-complicated topic for Gentoo installers. For people who install Gentoo. Users of grub can either use systemd's kernel install or the traditional Debian install kernel. The systemd use flag switches between these implementations to automatically run a grub mkconfig, installing the kernel to enable the grub use flag. grub requires kernels to be installed to boot. Okay. So we'll do this. Nano we have to run that command we just ran before again. Emerge syskernel install kernel. It's gonna take a long time. I don't know actually, but yeah, because it's grub. Honestly, it might take a while. We'll just read up on system deboot, which why do people even hate system deboot? I had it on my Arch. Like, this is where I'm switching from. I had Arch before. I'm now currently trying to install Gentoo. So yeah, why do people hate system deboot? Holy crap! I wonder, like, how fast this is compared to, the laptop I was installing on. This is insanely fast. When using system deboots, formerly gummy boot, as a bootloader, systemd's kernel install must be used. Therefore, systemd and the kernel systemd boot use flags are enabled on syskernel install kernel, and then install the relevant package for systemd boot. Okay, that's a lot of stuff. The kernel command line to use for new kernels should be specified in etc kernel command line and etc command line, as they both need to be updated together. It makes sense to symlink the two files now. Okay. Is there a kernel command line? Because it looks loads a lot of stuff that is not needed, but systemd is easier, yeah. But I'll use grub. Why didn't it say how to do quiet splashing grub? That's the question, though. Okay, whatever. But like, so if you know why it didn't tell me how to do quiet splash, I know how to do it. Like, you have to go to the grub config and then regenerate it, and then that's when it's gonna do quiet splash. But for some reason, I remember like when I was doing this on my laptop, it started flickering the screen when I added quiet splash, and it never went away. Okay. Install kernel.conf, EFI stub, UEFI based computer systems secondly do not need secondary bootloaders in order to boot kernels. Secondary bootloaders exist to extend the functionality of UEFI firmware during the boot process. That being said, using a secondary bootloader is typically easier and a more robust, because it offers a lot more flexible approach for quickly modifying kernel parameters at boot time. Note also that UEFI implementations strongly differ between vendors and between models, and there is no guarantee that a given firmware follows the UEFI specification. Therefore, EFI stub booting is not guaranteed to work on every UEFI based system. Okay. We're not doing that then. But like emerge, it does that. When app evaluation vert firmware is used to configure the UEFI ensure the kernel boot. Holy crap, that's fast. Okay. This implementation of EFI style booting is the default for systemd systems. Traditional layout, other bootloaders, example Lilo, Syslinux, okay, whatever. Init ramfs. an initial RAM-based file system or init ramfs may be required for a system to boot. A wide variety of cases may necessitate one, but common cases include kernels, which storage file system drivers are modules, layouts with user and var on separate partitions, encrypted root file systems. So I'll just install it for convenience sake. I don't know what you're laughing at. Sorry, I'm just like the delay is insane. Because it loads and loads. Yeah. In addition to mounting the root file system, an init ramfs may also perform tasks such as running file system consistency check. Holy crap! I love it. A tool to check and repair consistency of a file system in such events of uncleanly shutdown of a system. Yeah, we'll do this. Providing a recovery environment to in the late event of late boot failures. So yeah, we had to really add that as well, and then run install kernel or whatever this command is right here. Yeah, well, it's a laptop, and I don't even have an Ethernet. Like I'm streaming over Wi-Fi. I've never asked like how is the quality. It says excellent, but that doesn't. That's YouTube terminology. It's enough for them to steal my data, but is it fine? Like, is it good to watch? Oh. Let me see if I got messages. I think running Gentoo on this thing will be a breeze. It's pretty fast. Okay, let's add this to install kernel. Let's see where nano install kernel. There we go. Here we go. X, Y, enter. And now we can run this again. Hell yeah. Obviously, yes. Dracoot. We be installing Dracoot, root detection. Bootloaders such as systemd boot and the ESI stop use the kernel arguments of the running system as set in proc command line by default. Because of a wide range of ways Gentoo can be installed, the user will randomly get tripped by this. To help solve any issues this might cause, syskernel install kernel will check if it is running in its root and fail if the kernel command line is not explicitly configured. Otherwise, the bootloader would use the install media's boot arguments, which would lead to boot failure. One way to satisfy syskernel install kernel is by using Dracoot's config file to set the root partition UID as shown below, or alternatively, for more information on what this check helps with and different ways to configure it, see install kernel at install true check. Okay, let's just do that. dir block ID. What? Oh, dev SDA1. Oh crap. In the above example, the root partition is dev SDA1 and the UID is that. The recruit config file. Okay, fuck. I was scared for a second there. I was actually scared. Why is the UUID this small? Or is it part UUID? Now what? Let's do block ID grep. No, is it SCA free? Okay, yeah, it is. SCA free. Let's do LSBLK to check that out. BLK. That's root right there. Yeah, there's the UID. No. Man. Yeah, the spaces have been noted, my friend. X, Y, enter. And we're gonna ask this again. Okay. Optional unified kernel image. Do I need a unified kernel image? Unified kernel image combines, among other things, the kernel, the unit manifest, and the kernel command line into a single executable. And since the kernel command line is embedded into the unified kernel image, it should be specified before generating the unified kernel image. See below. And note that any kernel command line arguments supplied to the bootloader or the firmware at boot are ignored when booting into secure boot enabled. A unified kernel image requires a stub loader. Currently, one of the only one available is systemd stub. To enable it for systemd systems, yeah, that, and OpenRC systems, that. I don't can automatically generate the unified kernel image using Dracut or UKFI, or by enabling the respective flag of the UKey use flag. For Dracut, do I need this thing? Come on. I don't know. Damn, I don't know. Unified kernel images. What even was that? Combines. Didn't we just like. I don't know. Okay. So I just use it? I'll just use it. Should I install it? Like, what's the worst that can happen? Do other distros use this? I think they do. Let me see if does Arch use Um, Yuki. Okay, wait. Install kernel can automatically generate a this using recruit or UKFI by enabling the respective flag and the UK use flag. Okay, makes sense. So we don't need that, like specifically to install that. We just need to specify this here. Okay, we're good. We're good. I was doing redundant stuff almost, and good. The pre-built assist kernel Gentoo kernel bin can optionally install a pre-built generic unified kernel image. Well, we're not using this. What is not good? Auto mask? You mean this part? Wait, let's see nano. It's added the use flag on boot on the package system D. Okay? Then so that was supposed to happen, no? Like systemd boot is gonna happen? Done. Okay, so now what do we do? Merge it? Maybe? Okay. Showing differences between Etsy portage package use. Yeah. This is like Vim, by the way. One queue? Okay. And then we have this. Replace original with update? Okay. Yeah, well, sure. I like this. We good, right? Hopefully. Okay, we emerge again. Okay, makes sense. Ah, I see what it is. Yeah, okay. Woo! Okay, yeah. That's good then. Gotta watch out for that shit. Where was I? Well, yeah, systemd only. We don't use binaries. We can read on this. Can optionally install a pre-built generic unified image containing generic init manifest that is able to boot most systemd-based systems. It can be installed by enabling the generic ukey use flag and configuring install kernel not to generate a custom init manifest or a unified kernel image. Okay. Etsy portage package use ukey. Okay, and then yeah, those two. We're not reading that because yeah. Secure boot. I don't need secure boot. I hope it's off. Like it shouldn't be on. Kernel selection. It can be a wise move to use the dist kernel on the first boot, as it provides a very simple method to rule out some system issues and kernel config issues. Always having a known working kernel to fall back on can speed up debugging and alleviate anxiety when updating that your system will no longer boot. A common misconception is that manually compiled Linux kernel will use a lot less RAM than a pre-configured distribution kernel. Due to the modular nature of the Linux kernel, only what is needed by the system is loaded, and in most cases resulting in a similar memory usage. Well, we're getting C warnings. Full automation approach. A distribution kernel is used to configure, automatically build and install the Linux kernel, its associated modules, and optionally but enabled by default, and its ramfs file. Future kernel updates are fully automated since they are handled through the package manager. Just like any other system package, it is possible to provide a custom configuration file if customization is necessary. This is the least involved process and the most perfect for new Gentoo users due to working out of the box and offering minimal involvement from the system administrator. I love how it calls you a system administrator, bro. Okay. Where does this go to? Oh yeah, it just scrolls down. Okay. Distribution kernels are e-builds that cover... Oh, we don't need this then. That cover the complete process of unpacking, configuring, and compiling and installing the kernel. The primary advantage of this method is that the kernels are updated to newer versions by the package manager as part of the world upgrade. This requires no more involvement than running an merge command. Distribution kernels default to a configuration supporting the majority of hardware. However, mechanisms are offered for customization. Saved config and config snippets. See the project page for more details on configuration. Optional. Signed kernel modules. Do we need this? This is where I don't understand. Like, honestly, this is like where this is my worst part of understanding Gentoo. The kernel. The kernel modules in the pre-built distribution kernel, syskernel, are already signed. To sign the modules of kernels built from source, enable the module's sign use flag and optionally specify which key to use for signing in etc portage-make-conf. Okay, I'll just open this. Yeah. Oh, I think we'll need this. If module's assigned key is not specified by the kernel build system, will generate a key. It will be stored in users, whatever that is. It is recommended to manually generate a key to ensure that it will be the same for each kernel release. A key may be generated with OpenSSL rec. It's kernel key PEM. Okay, so in that case, we'll do you want me to install the binary kernel? No, I don't want a binary kernel. I'll sign it then. Where would you usually put the PEMs? Well then, what if I don't sign it? Then we'll see how it goes. I would use like the Linux kernel. I don't know. The default kernel, like non-customized. I'm not running like custom kernels. I think Bleeding Edge is what I run also. Oh, this is for crap. This is for secure boot. We don't need this shit. Yeah, this is for secure boot. It's for signing secure boot. Or no? Okay, no. It's for all of them. Fuck that. Anyway, should I just? Yeah, but it's a secure boot thing. Let's compile the kernel. Never do that when I use Gentoo sources as my kernel and it works. Okay, good. Not bad. Yeah, well, secure boot. Installing the distribution kernel to build a kernel with Gentoo patches from source type. Should really open a browser on sometimes on the things I'm kind of concerned about the autocomplete. Why is it like not doing anything? Just a sec, I'll come back. I just want to see how much noise that thing is gonna make doing all of this. And also like drink some water. Wait, just a sec. I'll come back in like 30 seconds or something. I have arrived. Yeah, I got like some cake. We're sorry to interrupt this program because of a kernel install. We'll come back to you as soon as possible. We're witnessing what Linus Torvalds sees every day. Bro, I got a question, right? Have you watched the Linus Tech Tips, like the Linus Torvalds Linus Tech Tips video? The one he was in, like when they were building him a Threadripper. Okay. There was a part in that. He was like basically mentioning Linus was saying like he was talking about like a really difficult distro. Difficult to install, I mean. And then Linus was like, yeah, Arch, but in the way he explained it was not Arch, it was Gentoo, because you have to compile the kernel. And Linus didn't understand him. Fascinating. Yeah. Bro, I went to the room, like I went to my room where the system's like sitting. And it was like making so much noise. If you want, you can join our Discord. It's like linked in the description, I believe. It's semi-active. And I think they have spoken a lot today, but like I think the last couple of days it was dead. Yeah. I do plan to like bring back the YouTube channel though. It was dead for a long time. It was like monthly uploads. Yeah. Holy crap, it's the 10th. I gotta upload like the day after tomorrow. Yeah. We got 9,521 dropped frames. What is this, like 60 FPS? Yeah, it is. That's a lot of dropped frames, bro. 1% of the frames are dropped. Remember what it did. That's a quite a big number of frames being dropped, honestly. 1% of 3 hours is like, okay, 3 hours is 3 times 360. Well, that's also not true because it's not 3 hours. Well, now it's 3 times 60. That's 180, and that's 210. So 1% of 210 is 2.1. So 2.1 minutes of this whole stream has been dropped, so it's not been uploaded to YouTube. Yeah. What people do when they install, like when they compile the kernel: math, other things, socializing with people. I mean, it's got a feature to it, you know. Who could have thought that installing Gentoo would have, like, it's long, but it has a feature to it. You get to socialize, you get to go touch grass. Yeah. Let's see the statistics of the stream. Okay. Average view duration, and I think, thank you for this 1307, because you are the one that's boosting this up. It's 6 minutes 29 seconds, which is not bad, and concurrent viewers at one. Open a second terminal. Oh, okay. Alright. Second terminal opening. Open sesame. Okay, here we go. You have to root into it, right? So for that we need to go through all of those steps again. What do you want me to do in a second one? Right, wow, that delay. Wow, that delay is hardcore. Oh, okay. Tell me. What do you do during compile time? Is there some way to check the progress of how, what part of this we're at? I think it's like alphabetical, maybe? Yeah, that's obvious. But the next one is like deep clean, so yeah. But like again, how do you know which part of the installation you're at? Because usually it shows you like a progress thing. It shows you like two numbers in these like compile logs. But now we're just compiling the kernel, which is one of those steps. CC1. Yeah. That's running for sure. Is there only 5 portages? How much should there be? Didn't we set like 20? Ah, okay. Yeah, I'll set that. Whenever we do KDE, yeah, I know. Okay. Whenever I do KDE, I'll do more than 5 then. It didn't specify, like, there was no documentation on that. Yeah, I know. Yeah, we need to get more. We need to get more like threads, like processes. Wait, is it more? Okay, no. So I think it's more faster just due to it having like more clock speed. Yeah, that might be true. How long would you think it'll take? The previous versions will be kept until the package manager is requested to clean the stale packages. To reclaim disk space, stale packages can be trimmed by periodically running a merge with the deep clean option. Yeah, and then alternatively to specify the cleanup of old kernel versions. Yeah. Ha! Well, you know what? It's also good. I think the Pentium would 2 to 3 hours, 1 to 2 hours? Holy shit. It's already at S. Where do I have to look? I'm looking at the... It's ST. No, it's M now. Okay, so that's directories. They're just too fast for me to look at. Is that work? Is that the work directory? Yeah, bro, it's just too fast. Let me go wash my hands, I'll come back just a sec. Alright, I'm back here. Um, it says as, is that SCSI? It's doing work again. Yeah, I have no idea. Let me check my email. Oh, bud. Is this you who entered the Discord? Yeah, it's you. Yeah. You also like PlayStation, hey? Let's go on M5 here. Ah. Yeah, NPS. Yes, and say. Wait, really? Who did? I thought they removed Linux from the PS5. I mean, the PS3. Yes, they removed on the PSP, but with jailbreak you can run it on PS4 and PS5. Wait, so you can jailbreak the PS5 already? Interesting. It's interesting how you can jailbreak the PS5, but you can't. Like, Xbox 360 jailbreaks were, like, recently removed. Yeah, that's a cool one, yeah. Install some Bazzite on it, and that's basically a Steam machine. Except it's running Fedora instead of Arch. But yeah. We got a viewer. Welcome. Yes, and Sony have a bounty system. It's really fun why they always have find a jailbreak. How? Yeah. Hey! Yeah, it's you. Yeah, it's compiling the Linux kernel. Which part is it printing? What is printing something? Sad that he only compiled with 5 threads. Ah, yeah. Well, we still have KDE Plasma to compile. Still get why to this day. What's the point of you compiling your own Linux? Well, it's for me it's torture, but like you can do a lot of stuff with it. Like you can make it more optimized. It will run better. You can like stop compiling stuff that is unneeded, and basically endless opportunities. You can accept licenses, specific licenses, and not accept others, and yeah, basically like that. Did I lose subscribers streaming this thing? That is weird, bro. I think I lost like 2. Wait, I gotta see this. So barely earn any performance. No, you do. And also you earn masochism. Yeah, I think I lost 2 subscribers. If you understand Gentoo, all other distros are shit. I kind of start to understand Gentoo, and then all the other distros are shit because of that. It can go on compiling for hours or days. What do you do in the meantime? Well, you configure other things, or you go touch grass, or you don't, or you just don't compile. That's also an option. You can install it directly nowadays. It would have been way faster if I gave it more threads, though. Well, not more threads, but like more whatever the L thing is, or all processes, I think. Come on, it's useless to just say nerd stuff just to feel like you're belonging to a category of nerds. They all have their pros and cons. I'm sorry, but compiling Gentoo for ages is a con. Like it or not, you can also not compile. That's also an option. Yeah, but you get the minor performance benefit of it. Yeah, you compiled it. Yeah, you do. But like you also have pre-compiled for like x86 v3, v4. You can install those, which bring up optimizations. But it's not going to be the same, even though you bring those optimizations, because those are less optimized than Gentoo can be in its true form. And also, Gentoo, you can install the you know, like how Linux has its own like Git repository. You can install and compile that kernel, which no one like Linux dash next. You can compile, and that's gonna give you like bleeding edge stuff if you need that. I mean, to be cool and stuff, you know. When you are done compiling, are you planning to change your OS? Oh yeah, it's changing my OS. And my dependencies will be migrated over time, but most of my OS is still there. Like I can play games like today, after installing Steam, obviously. That have nothing to do with all the nerd stuff. It's like this. You learn Linux, but how it works. Yeah. He's also correct. You do learn a lot about Linux using this. Let's just throw down. Crap. IMO Gentoo's optimizations are mostly useful in the case you like to run apps in large scales like cloud and performance cost. Well, also, but like that gives you job opportunities. You do learn, yes, I'm aware. However, we're talking about the usefulness of the technology rather than the personal takeaway. Sure, the Steam browser is no longer supported. Yeah, Steam expects that dev SHM, which requires kernel temp fs support, is mounted prior to being started. Thus, dev SHM should be mounted automatically by OpenRC and system during boot, and it can also be mounted explicitly via /etc/fstab to limit the size of the following kernel option has to be set, otherwise Steam will fail to message the futex compatibility returned an unexpected error code. Enable the user level drivers for input. Yeah. Enable user namespace support in order to support launching games in compatibility mode is, yeah. Enable anti-sync for when using Proton G, Proton, or Proton 11 or newer device drivers, mixed drivers, anti-synchronization primitive emulation. 13. Exactly how is this? How does this work? What are these like kernel things? Have you got any idea of these? File descriptors limit, max map count, no, Gentoo is like a name of a penguin. It's a specific penguin. It might be. But yeah, it does make sense. Second generation of people dating on the internet, maybe something like that. Okay. Want a UT mid installation? Hey, why not? Why not? But I gotta be muted. I hope this thing lasts, because like it's gonna. Okay, let's see this. Oh no. Oh no. I don't know why it's on this screen. Wait. What? No, that's not good.
In 2291, in an attempt to control violence among deep space miners, the new Earth...
Wait, bro, what? Why are you here? Move to desktop. Why doesn't it want to start on second, like display, this display? Did it crash? Oh, it's here. But it's opening here again, like what? Yeah. I don't know what it's doing. I think I will ruin the if I try to fix it. I know a way how to fix it, but it'll ruin my whole like setup for the stream. So yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. Sorry. In 2291, in an attempt to control violence amongst deep space miners, the new Earth government legalized no-holds-barred fighting. The Andrew Mining Corporation, working with the NEG, established a series of leagues and bloody public exhibitions. The fight's popularity grew with their brutality. Soon, Leandri discovered the public matches that were their most profitable enterprise. The professional league was formed, a cabal of the most violent and skilled warriors known to space, selected to fight in a grand tournament. Now it is 2341. 50 years have passed since the founding of Deathmatch. Profits from Unreal Tournament number in the hundreds of billions. Of the tournament. Oh, I was gonna say Unreal Tournament, but I said tournament. Well, I was gonna say tournament, but I said Unreal Tournament. You have been selected to fight in the professional league by the Leandri Rules Board. Your strength and brutality are legendary. The time has come to prove that you are the best. Crush your enemies to win the tournament. That's like one of those like sending like money things, except this time it wasn't sending. Like no one threw in money for me to say that. I just did. Yeah. The last time I was doing this, I opened up the I opened up a browser and started like going through like university websites. July, I think 17th or 15th. I think it was the 17th. 2020. What? Yeah, 2025. Last year, basically. I'll just show that part. Let's just find it out. New window. Go to X cancel. Cancel. That. There we go. I'll see. Wait a sec. I'll just go. August, July, yeah, July 17th, not the 15th. Yep. Nice. What is this? Okay, yeah. I don't know who that is. Let's see if the bug happens for UT 2K4 as well. I know how to fix it on Quake. It has a way to select the monitor it's running on. Well, yeah, I think it is happening here as well. Wait, I fixed it. I think I know how to fix it now. Let's play 99 then. Let's try to play 99 at least. Move. Oh no, it's not working in 99. No, it's not. Holy crap. Okay. Okay, maybe it will work.
In 2291, in an attempt to control violence among deep space miners, the new Earth government...
Oh, come on. No, it's not. No, why is it not?
The Andrew Mining Corporation, working with the NEG, established a...
If it doesn't work, send it to me on Discord. Welcome, whoever it is. Welcome to the stream. We're installing Gentoo. It's currently compiling the kernel. I might be opening like a game or something like that to play while, yeah, we're going through this. We'll see how it goes. We'll see. Okay, so we're gonna go for move. We're gonna move it here. And that should, yeah, it is working. Let me just open up OBS just in case. Ah, come on, really? Move. Ooh, let's just move this here. Mash, we'll see, like, Mash, we'll have it, like, a VC later on today. I'll tell you some stuff. The CPU usage isn't bad. Let's go for fair games. I don't have like a lot of mouse space though. Like I'm gonna die for sure. Yep, I'm already like oh crap! The mouse is even out of the screen. Like this is not good. Yep, bro. This is unplayable. Holy crap, yep. I'm sorry, but no UT today, bro. No UT today. what happened was, yeah, I brought the window to this side, and I don't know why it's not full screen. So if my mouse leaves, it just like crashes the game, and it just like goes down to like the taskbar. The website you sent me. Where is the website you sent me? Send it on Discord. I hope it's not gonna open on. You know what? No, I can't afford that. We do this, gotta do that. No clip website. Nice. Some of these don't work though. Should I show it on stream? That's what you're imposing on? Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. 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 Makes sense. How did you create this? Right. Just crank the sensitivity of this mouse. No, this one's taking too long to open. Yeah. Holy bro. optimization, as they say. So half of the city doesn't exist because it doesn't need to exist. So, yeah. That's why these games look good, but they also perform well. Let's go down to the street, and at car level, this place looks exactly how it looks. But here, you can see that it's way different. It's not a city out from outside, but from the inside, it is. Which is really cool. Yeah. And you have this. Sewers. I remember last stream I was in this complex. Okay, wait. I think it's almost done, the kernel install. That's like 40 minutes of kernel install. And that's not even optimized. The compiler wasn't optimized for all of this. Or maybe it's not the end. Well, what's awk doing? Let's open up that thing again. Ha! Yeah, it's... I should like get more cores on it. Yeah. Let's check out the website again. What games do you play? 13. What do you play? Here we go. Average open world title. Has basically everything. Mario Kart 64 should be here. This is where the thing broke. The train. I mean, the first mission was. The trees are optimized though. They're like... yeah. And this is where the game ends. Right here somewhere. And he's like He's like going down these stairs and stuff. I remember like you had to go from here to like here to pass the mission. Mario Kart 64. Mario Kart 64. Which map did you like the best? Yeah, in terms of whatever. Do you have Nintendo Wii things here? Oh yeah, bro. Oh man. Oh, I love it. Holy yeah, I love it. I love it, bro. Thank you for the snap. Oh yeah, bro. Oh, it brings back the memories. You know, I always thought this was like so high-end, like high-resolution stuff. But then when you look at it, it's like nothing. Although, yeah, it is kind of really high definition for its time. But then, I remember even in the 2010s, I was looking at this water and going like, wow, it's like extremely detailized. Look how plastic this looks. Or these things. Were they always like this? Bro, I thought they were so detailed for some reason. The lighting? Oh yeah, the lighting is kind of different. Yeah, it is. It is different to what it was there. And maybe that's what's making me... Low LOD? Let's go for 4x MSAA. Let's go for higher camera speed. No, that didn't change anything. Oh yeah, okay, that's camera speed. Okay, no, we're just gonna leave it there. We're gonna leave it to slower than that. Studio. No, there's like, what do you mean in lower LOD? No, I have a Wii, bro. I have multiple Wiis actually. And I thought this goes like down somewhere, but actually it doesn't. Like in the real game. And again, I also thought everything was open to explore. It makes a sense, like it makes you feel like there is a lot to do. Because like, for example, this part of the ruins, it actually does send you in. Oh, I never knew that you can't go... Wait, this is not true, by the way. Can we call? Well, yeah, on the phone we can. Telegram, though. I don't have Discord on Graphene OS. Yeah, okay. But like, can you call on Graphene? Can you call on? Well, how's it called? Yeah, Telegram. Yeah. I love this part though. This is part of the ruins again. The Discord on phone is like it has a client that I have not fully set up. It's like Vendroid or something, and it's not good. And here's like where the castle is. Oh yeah, here we go. You used to call this Princess Bubblegum's castle, bro. What the fuck? Anyway, yeah. And the volcano, the inside. Oh crap, it's laggy. And then you had this. And then the Dark Island, as I call it. But like, it's just a golf park. Look how weird this looks. Like, when you look at it from this direct, like, with a mind of a PC gamer, like, if you look at these things, like, it's weird. But then they made everything in, like, for example, the tennis court they had here, you could look at it in a way of being like, if you were at the tennis court, you would have thought you were so immersed. But when you weren't in the tennis court, I mean, if I'm looking at this way, yeah, you'd think it's like a really low poly design, which is not true. I mean, the perception is what matters. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. What's that? That's a trail. This. Oh yeah, this is where you could find an Easter egg, as far as I know, with a plane. Yeah, all of these places, like the places you wanted to go to, were for planes. Let's see. Okay. Where's my mouse? Okay, let's do Wii Sports. Just regular Wii Sports. Oh yeah, I remember this. Holy shit, that broke my brain for a second, bro. Ouch, that broke my brain so badly. Mash, what you doing? Wait. I gotta see this.
Hello?
Yeah, I just have to disable desktop audio, otherwise it was gonna, yeah. weird out.
I mean, you can keep the audio on stream. I don't mind. I'm not gonna say anything confidential.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Like, it was gonna echo because there was two sources of output. Because I'm on speakers now.
Okay. Basically, what I meant to say is that for the Wisport Resort map you are visiting, you see it that way because it's the low polygon version, which you're supposed to see from the main menu when you see the full island. That's why it's so low quality compared to the memories you have of it. Because when you play the game, it's loading chunks of the map, and they're in full resolution.
It's interesting how they didn't like do that for this. Like they could have went all over the map and like generated low chunk versions of it, right?
Yeah. There's one which is funny also to watch. Maybe you're not used to isometric 3D. Are you?
Yeah, I did. I already like my brain broke because of that.
No. What you've seen is just a fake skybox. I'm talking about fake isometric 3D. You know, it's top view games which give you the impression that everything is facing you, but when it's 3D, everything has to be tilted. So, for example, if you go to Pokemon Platinum right now, real quick, and you load the outside.
Okay, what does Pokemon Platinum run on?
Nintendo DS.
And then Underground?
No, go to it. Go to it.
Underground.
No, select Pokemon Platinum.
Yeah, there's two options.
Yeah, select Sinnoh. There's a delay on your stream.
Oh, okay.
You understand now?
Yeah.
The trees. This is how they render. They're meant to be viewed from top view.
This is how they're rendered? Isn't there an easier way to do this?
No. That's how it's done.
Holy crap, the world is so intensive, bro. It's so...
On every 3D isometric world, it's like this. Everything is tilted so that it gives the impression that it's facing you when it's not. Including the fences. If you look at the fences, they're tilted.
Yeah, I should play these games, man. Although this is a DS game, so I don't know how I'm gonna play that. Hello?
Yeah, what? What's the question?
It just stopped. I think. Let's see the stream.
What stuff?
Your voice.
No.
Yeah, I hope the stream's doing well. Yeah. Why does Nintendo like these castles? Like these huge castles?
What are you talking about?
There's like castles on every single map they have.
No, there's not.
There it is.
Oh, that's not the castle, it's the Pokemon League. It's the final building you're going to.
Oh yeah, and these golf fields from Wii Sports. Like the regular Wii Sports, not the...
You can literally visit Half-Life 2 also if you want.
Did you know that I had, like, okay, yeah, I had a Wii, but because of region locking, it was like a North American version. I never actually played any games aside from Wii Sports and Wii Sports Resort.
No.
Even though I had 2 more games. But did you have a Wii?
Yeah.
And you had the sports. Bro, there's castles everywhere, I swear, there is.
Which game was your favorite on Westport Resort?
Resort. Either it's the plane, I think. The one I'm thinking of now.
Wow. They even have Zelda Skyward Sword.
Yeah, let me see what Linux is doing after all. This is a Linux stream. Oh, it's done. It's done, bro. It's done. Wait. I'm gonna see what. Oh, bro! Look at the background. You should see the background of the stream in a couple of minutes. It's like water flowing in this golf course. It's pretty cool. Okay.
I'm very surprised by the quality of the map on Zelda Skyward Sword.
Okay, kernel bin, emerge deep clean we can do. Okay. Post install upgrade tasks. An upgrade of a distribution kernel is capable of triggering an automatic rebuild of the external kernel modules installed by other packages, example sysfs zfs kmod X11 drivers, NVIDIA drivers. This automated behavior is enabled by the following, enabling the dist kernel use flag when required. The same flag will also trigger regeneration of the init.runfs. It is highly recommended to add this flag globally, but etc portage may come for when using a distribution kernel. Are we using that? Yeah, we are. Okay. I have to go back into the Gentoo mode. It's still gonna do a lot of compiling, so we still got loads of time to watch Nintendo things. Where's make? Where's use here? Use. Well, yeah. Still only occurrence. Use dist kernel. XY enter save. Okay. Enabling use dist kernel. Emerge module rebuild. We got peak viewers now. 3 people. Hell yeah, let's go. Dependency resolution check. Calculating these packages that will be merged in order. Nothing to merge, quitting. Okay. If any kernel modules are needed at boot, rebuild the init.runfs afterward via let's see if there is anything. Are you like singing, humming a like one of the Nintendo songs?
Yeah.
Yeah. Alternative manual configuration. No, we don't need that. Configuring the system. Oh yeah, we need to go to make conf. Make conf. I'm streaming off of Wi-Fi, by the way.
Nice.
Holy crap. You can use 37, bro.
What?
You know? J18, J24, 24, okay. Okay then. Both MPR and GPT include support for file system labels and file system UIDs. These attributes can be found in etcfstab and as alternatives to the mount command when attempting to find the mounts for black devices. File system labels and UIDs are identified by the label and the UID prefix and can be viewed using the block ID command. For uniqueness, readers who are using MBR style partition tables are advised to use UIDs and UIDs of the file system on an LVM volume and its LVM snapshots are identical, therefore using UIDs to mount LVM points should be avoided. Systems with GPT disk label support offer robust options for define partitions in etcfstab. Partition labels and partition UIDs can be identified, partition labels and UIDs, for the output of an EF5 system using the discoverable partition specification. While it's not always true for partition labels, using UID as partition fstab provides a guarantee that the bootloader will not be confused when looking for a certain volume. Yeah, makes sense. For defining partitions in the naming block device functions, they also could show up in a different order depending on how the devices are detected by the kernel first during their early boot process. With this being stated, unless the system administrator intends to constantly fiddle with the disk ordering using default block device simple files in a simple and straightforward approach. About fstab. Under Linux, all partitions used by the system are must be listed under etcfstab. This file contains the mount points of those partitions where they are seen in the file system structure, how they should be mounted, and with what special options automatically or not, whether users can mount them or not, and etc. Creating the fstab file. The etcfstab file uses a table-like syntax. Every line consists of 6 fields separated by white space, spaces, tabs, or a mixture of the two. Each field has its own meaning. The first field shows, yeah, okay, this I know. Yeah, I'm not reading that again. Okay. Oh, great. Oh, man. Oh, it's gonna take for a while. Oh.
Check what I sent you. Big autism there.
What? Where did you send me that?
On Discord.
Yes? Oh, it's Quake. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll use the hard UIDs though. Block ID. Block ID, grep, SDA.
Rage bait or stupidity, call it.
How's Apex?
I'm not touching it.
Okay.
I reached D4 in like 3 days. Without even playing every day. I mean, actively.
Yeah.
And then I stopped playing because there's no point going for master, since you're only gonna be playing against 3 stacks of controllers the whole time. And you need to win every game. It's a waste of time. I've been playing Rayman Origins though.
What are you playing?
Rayman Origins.
Okay. There we go. Yeah. Now the rest.
Here. There we go.
Come on down.
KBB toilet. I'm only present here in this call to lower your brain capacity.
Yeah.
I played Subliminal and I finished it.
Okay.
It was great.
Good.
Good. Great. Nice. Interesting.
Yeah, you're here to grief the stream and leave. I'm joking. Do it. That's cool.
The guy is installing Gentoo.
Oh man, oh no, I'm installing Gentoo.
Gentoo. Big comedy.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Is it supposed to be red? That's not red anymore.
What?
It's not. There's a thing he was saying is red. It's just nano syntax. I don't care. Like it's just like it's a smaller UUID. I just did tabs there. That's why. Yeah, there's a message in the chat. That's why.
Yeah. Regardless, how far can you square?
You say you're not gonna do sensitive stuff, bro.
Oh, did you unmute me on the stream?
Well, you're still on stream.
Yeah, but did you unmute me?
Yeah, you were never muted.
Yeah, okay, so it's safe.
So it's safe for work.
Yeah.
They're hearing, by the way.
I can say every controversial thing right now. Nobody's gonna hear it, right?
No, you can't.
Why? Who's listening?
I don't know. 13. That guy.
No, I mean you did turn off the sound on the stream, right?
No, I didn't.
So you brought it back because it wasn't there before.
No, it was always there.
Ew.
What?
On my end, I didn't hear my voice on the stream, so I thought
Okay.
you turned it up.
That's interesting that it's not there. It is, because that's why. No.
So is there or is there not?
It's on. It should be on.
Okay. Apologies to the stream and everyone watching. I'm sure you guys are millions there. I didn't mean to offend anyone. And naturally I haven't said anything.
Oh shit, what have I... Holy crap. What have I done, bro? How do I do... okay, how do I mount a home? Shit. Wait, let's just...
So you're telling me that I've been singing for free for everyone on stream. I'm not even getting any royalties out of it.
I don't know if you are... But there's like peak viewers now. Solved, install Gentoo with separate
How many?
home. var.
3 viewers. I am one of them. You are one.
No, I'm not.
Okay, then there is Dried Sin in 07 and someone else.
Yeah, there's someone else going and coming back.
It's the ghost.
Oh no. On Gentoo
Larry.
or most Linux distributions, LSB okay. Warning, this is racist.
It's Larry.
What if I had a
Larry is watching you.
Ah, okay, I know who this is. Okay, I know who's the fourth. Look at the partition table that contains your arch home, bro. It's too late for that, bro. It's too late for that. How was the tea? What kind of tea was it? Home. What if I have not created the user yet on Gentoo? If the home directory already exists on the old partition, for example, home, you can mount the partition at home, give it the user, create the user afterwards. Okay. Yeah. Alright. That is good. That is good. Let's be okay. E-select, no. Yeah, we'll just do home.
There's a new fighter in the chat.
Yeah, I know. I know who they are. ext4 and how would that look like in fstab? That's the fstab, Okay, so we're going for ext4 default 02. Oh, come on! I inspect element. Oh crap. Hello? We just desktop. That was bad. Yeah, that was really bad. I think I ran out of RAM. Oh shit, this is not good. I'm gonna start closing everything.
What do you mean it's really bad?
I ran out of RAM. I had
Okay,
no.
okay, then close the viewer in the background for the.
No, that's good. That's not wasting a lot. There was just too many tabs I opened. I forgot this isn't my desktop.
Are you sure you're not underestimating the cost of it? Because on my.
No, now it's not. Now I've still got 6 gigabytes of RAM. It's fine.
How much RAM do you have?
16. It's at 10 now. Yeah, okay. That was scary. It's because I opened up like a browser and like a web search, and the LLM started like generating stuff, and it just crashed.
Oh, thank you for saying the word LLM. I forgot I had mine running in the background.
Okay. No problem. Alright, there's the LLM. Yeah. And now this place has to get, or copy, And then yeah, it should be home, right? Yeah. However, mounting as home is usually cleaner setup when the partition contains the user home directories from the old system. A typical Gentoo fstab, yeah. Okay. No at time. Okay. No at time. SW swap, yeah. LSBLKF. Yeah.
Hell.
Okay, it's here. You mount dev SDC1 ls mount yeah. Test home. Okay. Done. Yep, everything's here. Everything is here. Good. Clear. Mount home has been mounted as well properly. Nano fstab. XC4, yeah, And below is an example of an ETC fstab. DPS UEFI party UID. Below is an example of. But no, we didn't do the party UIDs yet properly. At least I have to verify if I did them properly. Let's see. Party UID. That's not party UID is here. SDA2. That is swap. SDA3. That is this. And this is here. So, checking. EFI is def SDA1. Oh, okay, let's just be okay. EFI is dev SDA1. So that is 34. Dev SDA1. 34, yeah. So swap is dev SDA2. That's 334. Yep. And SDA3, which is XFS, is 52F0C5. Yeah. 52FC. Yeah. And then we have SDC, which will do SDC 4E3F. 4E3F, yeah, there it is. Enter, yeah. That's that done. Okay. When auto is used on a third field, it makes the mount command guess what the file system would be. This is recommended for removable media, as they can be entered with one or many file systems. The user option in the fourth field, okay, makes it possible for non-root users to mount the CD to improve performance. Most users want to add.
Nuts.
Nice. Yeah. To improve performance, most users would want to add no time mount option, which results in a faster system since access times are not registered. Those are not needed. Which results in a faster system access since access times are not registered. Those are not needed generally anyway. This also recommended for systems with solid state drives. Users may wish to consider lazy time instead. Due to degradation in performance, defining the discard mount option at CFStab is not recommended. It is generally better to schedule block discards on a periodic basis, using a job scheduler as cron or a timer systemd. See periodic fstream jobs for more information. Double click at CFStab file, then save and quit to continue. Networking information. Host name.
Honorable mention.
What?
Welcome to the top 10 Gentoo. Numero 10. Beer Gentoo.
Is that like a Romanian accent?
You don't know the top 10 brain rot videos from Skiwi?
No. It is important to note the following sections are provided to help the reader quickly set up their system to partake in a local area network. For systems running OpenRC, a more detailed reference for network setup is available in the Advanced Network Configuration section, which is covered near the end of the handbook. Systems with more specific network needs may need to skip ahead, then return here to continue with the rest of the installation. For more specific systemd network setup, please review the networking portion of the systemd article. Hostname. One of the choices the system administrator has to make is name their PC. This seems to be quite easy, but lots of users are having difficulties finding the appropriate name for the hostname. To speed things up, know that the decision is not final. It can be changed afterwards. In the simple examples below, the hostname tux is used. We're not going to use tux. We're going to use exactly the same thing I used before. You're not logged in. Good. Gotta log in. There we go. And posted. Okay. Echo. Echo that into hostname. To set the systemd hostname for a system currently using systemd, the hostname CTL may be used during installation process. However, systemd first boot command must be used to instead. See later on handbook. Network. The Gentoo Linux installation process involves configuring networks in two parts. The configuration done in the earlier steps enables networking for the live environment. Now it's time to apply the network configuration that will be used in the installed environment. For more detailed information about networking, including advanced topics like bonding, bridging, 802.1q VLANs, or wireless networking, is covered in the advanced network section. Users should avoid using multiple network management daemons such as Network Manager, IFRC, systemd, and Network RKD. This section is not exhaustive and covers a few common methods. DHCP via DHCP-CD, any init system. DHCP provides a reliable way for systems to obtain IP address automatically. Most LANs operate DHCP server, usually integrated with a router which provides internet access. Systems that do not use Wi-Fi can use the DHCP-CD directly to configure the network automatically. Alternatively, DHCP can be used by any methods described in the next sections, which either provide their own DHCP client integration or use NetMISC's DHCP-CD. Okay, so to install, we ask it. Oh, and here we go.
What do you think of cows?
What do you mean?
I'm asking your.
The way you ask that question makes me remember that they're sacred in India.
What?
Yeah, didn't you know? Like, you can't kill a cow in India.
Oh, yes, I know.
Yeah, I just need DHCP-CD, where no one needs Network Manager. It takes a lot to boot that thing. Yeah. Forget about that. Any init system, net if RC, OpenRC. No. Dial up, bro. Dial up. They got dial up in here. The host file. Now let's see hosts. An important next step may be to inform the system about other hosts in the network environment. Network host names can be found in the etc hosts file. Adding host names here will enable the host name IP addresses resolution for hosts that are not resolved by the name server. Okay. Save and exit. Root password pass wd. Init and boot configuration. Wait. Init and boot configuration when using OpenRC in Gentoo. No. Systemd. First, it is recommended to run systemd machine ID setup, and then for systemd first boot, which will prepare various components of the system are set correctly for the first boot into a systemd environment. The passing the following options will include a prompt for the user to set a locale time zone, host name, root password, and root shell values. It will also assign a random machine ID to the installation. Okay.
What's this? What am I watching?
Wait. What? Map.
Why is making a Google research so slow today?
A key map is a configuration that tells you how to. And this US number.
Why is it redshifting?
Possible, these two steps will help ensure a smooth transition from the live environment to the installation's first boot. Okay. OpenRC systemd. While a selection of logging mechanisms are presented in OpenRC-based systems, systemd includes a built-in journal D makes longer functionality. That is to say, majority of installations will run systemd as the system and the service manager safe because cman, for a number of reasons, such as the case forwarding logs of a central host. It might be important to include redundant system logging information as a systemd-based system. This is a irregular occurrence for the handbook's typical audience and considered an advanced use case. It is therefore not covered by the handbook. Systemd, okay. Cron daemon. Similar to system logging, system-based systems include support for scheduled tasks out of the box in the form of timers. Systemd timers can be set run at a system level or user level and includes the same functionality that a traditional cron daemon would provide unless redundant capabilities are necessary. Installing additional task schedules such as a cron daemon is generally unnecessary and safely skipped. Modprobe DB users, if using this, was picked as an option for manually compiling the kernel. Now is the time to set a timer. File indexing. In order to index the file system to a proper faster file location. Let's do that. Yes. Optional, remote shell access, OpenRC, systemd, enable SSHD. Optional, shell completion, bash. Bash is the default shell for Gentoo systems, therefore installing completion extensions can aid in the efficiency and convenience to managing the system. App shells bash completion package will install the completions available for Gentoo specific commands as well as other common commands and utilities. There we go. Post-installation bash completion for specific commands can be managed. There's issues in the text here. Through eSelect, see the shell completion integration section of the bash article for more details.
Gentoo, Gen 1, Gen 3.
Okay. Pavel twice.
What?
Pavel twice, bro.
Gen 3.
Pavel
Gen 4. Gen 0. Gen 1 HD
Post
remake.
installation dash completion for specific commands can be managed through eSelect. Yeah, whatever. Suggested time synchronization. It is important to use some method of synchronizing the system clock with internet time servers.
Gen 2.1.
This is often mandatory for systems without RTC, but it's also beneficial for systems with an RTC, as a battery could fail and a clock skew can accumulate. The clock is usually synchronized by the network time protocol and implementation such as cronny. Install cronny, not to be confused by cron daemon used named cronny. Check the cronny article for Okay, good. We're installing cronny because we're not like the nihilist fucking Graphene OS user who doesn't want the fucking clock to be synchronized because they don't want to get spied on. Have you heard that, bro?
No.
Yeah, like Graphene OS users don't want their clock to be synchronized because it might be a security vulnerability.
Oh, okay.
Nice. I love them. I really do.
Yesterday after gym I've been practicing some knee kicks during some kickboxing at home with my brother, and it kind of hurts now.
Yeah. You know, crap, I gotta like write some stuff down so I can say it later, because it's gonna be weird and without context. I'll tell you, like, the predicate to this. I feel like streaming while we're talking makes us talk about things that's more interesting. Okay. File system tools. Depending on the file systems used, it might be necessary to install the required file system utilities for the file system integrity, reformatting files, file systems, etc. Note that the ext4 space tools ext are already installed as part of a system set. The following table lists the tools to install if a certain file system tools will be installed in the environment. Okay, ext4 is already installed, but we'll make sure it's installed, bro. We'll make sure it's installed. Bro, it's so fast. Like on the laptop, Gentoo took like ages to install. Here, it's like instant. Like I optimized the compiler again. Like I made it use more threads. And now it's like flying. At this point, it's almost the same time. If it like takes 15 minutes to update the system, that's not an issue. And if it is an issue, then my next CPU is going to be a Threadripper anyway, so yeah. Throw more power at it.
Yo.
It's recommended that sysblocks IO schedule UDEV rules be installed for this correct scheduler behavior with NVMe devices. Okay, yeah, because I do have NVMe drives, a single one, but still. U.2 connector. Wait. I'll go close the door somewhere. Sounds coming. Ah, buddy. What?
That sound was funny.
The stream's going for 5 hours? Holy crap. Like I can't play games for 5 hours, but somehow I can install Gentoo every single time for 5 hours, and it's fine. Selecting the bootloader. Wait, what?
Bootloader.
Okay. Selecting a bootloader. With the Linux kernel configured, system tools, system tools installed in configuration files, edited, it's time to install the last important piece of a Linux installation, the bootloader. The bootloader is responsible for firing up the Linux kernel upon boot. Without it, the system would not know how to proceed with when the power button has been pressed. For AMD64, we document how to configure grub for DOS legacy BIOS-based systems, and grub system D, boot, and EFI stub for UEFI systems. This section of the handbook is a delineation has been made between emerging the bootloader's package and installing a bootloader from a system disk. Here, the term emerge will be used to ask Portage to make a software package available to the system. The term install will signify the bootloader copying files or physically modifying appropriate sections of the system's disk drive in order to render the bootloader activated, ready to operate on the next power cycle. Default grub. By default, the majority of Gentoo systems now rely on grub, found in the sysboot grub package, which is the direct successor to grub legacy with no additional configuration. Grub gladly supports older BIOS PC systems with a small amount of configuration necessary before build time. Grub can support more than half a dozen of additional platforms. For more information, consult the prerequisites section of the Grub article. Emerge. When using an older BIOS system supported by MBR partition tables, no additional configuration is needed to emerge grub. A note for UEFI users running the above command will output enabled grub platforms before emerging. When using UEFI systems, users will have to ensure grub platforms EFI64 is enabled, as it is the case by default. That is not the case for the setup. Will have to be added to make.conf before emerging grub, so that the package will be built with EFI capability. Stop, bro, stop. And now we do this, emerge. Oh yeah, yo. If grub somehow emerged, wait.
you check the shit I sent you?
No, wait. What?
No, wait. No. Ben.
Oh,
Yeah.
great. Yeah.
Ben.
Grub. What? Grub. Later. I don't get notifications when I stream. Oh crap, I was so tired. But it's like, if I played games, I would have been destroyed, not only tired. The Grub software has now been merged into system, but
Grub.
has not yet been installed as a secondary bootloader. Install. Next, install the necessary grub files into the boot grub directory with the grub install command. Presuming the first disk, the one where the system boots from, is devsda, one of the following commands will do DOS legacy BIOS. Says, holy crap, it's so fast. It is so fast, bro. It's done. It's literally done that fast. The Grub took like 30 minutes to install on that laptop.
Just give me the edge res.
Oh.
Oh, does it feel sick?
I'm back. Yeah. Install. Next install that to resuming the first disk where your boot starts is DOS legacy BIOS systems, UEFI systems. Make sure the EFI system partition has been mounted before grub install. It is possible for grub install to install the grub EFI into the wrong directory without providing any indication the wrong one was used. For EFI systems, there we go. Grub install EFI directory. EFI variables are not supported on this system.
This medic is a spy.
Oh, great.
This medic is a spy. This medic is a spy. This medic is a spy.
I think I screwed up.
This spy is a medic. What if we started YouTube channels on which we just bring animals and connect their brains to a video game and make them play games? can actually fight a cow from Unreal Tournament in real life. Hey chat, is this based or not, chat? Should I kill a citizen, chat?
Ensure an EFI partition is mounted correctly.
You should make a stream in which you ask the chat for every comment to type.
What?
You should make a stream in which you ask the chat for every comment to type.
Mm-hmm. In the VM.
No, on real hardware, it creates better sensations.
Yeah. Optional secure boot? No. 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 No, we're not doing that.
It's just Right, wife. Life good. Wife fight back. Kill wife. Wife gone. Think about wife. Red. Do you have some spare RAM for me?
No. I need spare RAM for myself.
Give me 64 gigs, please.
I don't have 64 gigs.
Come on.
I don't have it.
Just like you'd lay an egg.
You're gonna have to ask that to someone else, bro.
You're gonna ask AAVV. Ian Alex. My muscles are so sore, dude.
Okay, configure next. Generate the grok configuration based on the user configuration specified in the etc default grub file and etc grub d scripts. In most cases, no configuration is needed by users, as grub will automatically detect which kernel to boot, the highest one possible in boot, and the root system is, and what the root system is, and it's also possible to append the kernel parameters in etc default grub using the grub command line Linux variable. To generate the final grub configuration, run the grub make config command. Nano boot grub.cfg. The output of the command must mention that at least one grub image was found. Wait. Linux image, yeah, unified kernel image, yeah, there we go, was found, as those are needed to boot the system. If an interfs is used or a gen kernel was used to build the kernel, the correct initRD image should be detected as well. If not the case, go to boot and check the contents under ls command. Then if the files are indeed missing, go back to kernel configuration and installation instructions. The OS prober utility can be used in conjunction with grub to detect other operating systems from attached drives. Windows 7, 8.110, no, that shit. OS prober, no. Alternative 1, system deboot. Holy. Okay.
System
yes,
D. D. System D.
Okay. Wait. Install kernel. Wait, what? Okay, EFI stub. Offer alternatives. Lamine. Bootloader. Exit. CD. Umount. And now I go to my room where I can reboot the system. I will come back in a second. Okay, Gentoo booted. We're gonna try to connect because I think there is an issue we have.
Oh, there's an issue. Last time I heard this voice line was in Half-Life 1. No, in ACP Containment Bridge. Oh, there seems to be an issue with the door control system. supposed to edit on a software that's lagging so much. Give me RAM. Just craft it.
Seems like the seems like it's not gonna have internet. That's not good.
What do you think of blueprints in UE5?
Alright, I'm back. And it just changed its IP address and I didn't realize, yes. What? I don't know what it's doing. It's not allowing me to log in. Did I enable SSHD? Yeah, I didn't. I don't think. Why is it not letting me log in? I'm literally putting in the password. Hello?
Yeah, what?
Yeah, SSH is not letting me log in, even though I'm putting the password in.
Yeah, it's because you haven't played your daily and real tournament game.
Well, I don't know.
I don't know, Walt, you've been quite sus lately. Are you sus?
No.
Do you wanna be sus?
Oh. Okay, root login via password is disabled. Cat etc ssh dconfig. Oh, come on. Okay.
Can you ask your chat if I'm ruining the stream? It's
I don't think so. I think the stream is ruined by default. You're not. You're not, bro. You're keeping keeping the audience retention pretty high.
I want to see the chat calling me idiot and boring. I'm sorry, chat. I'm not a Gentoo specialist. I'm only a Gen 1 specialist. Gen 3 maybe, but not Gen 2. I don't expect you guys to understand.
Yeah, it's not permitting the root login. Let's see how we can do this.
The edge race.
Wrong user root. Yeah. How to permit root login. Etsy ssh config. Yes. Okay. Etsy ssh dconfig. Okay.
Microsoft Edge race. Microsoft Skibidi Edge race. I'm broken.
Okay, now it should log in. There were 10 failed login attempts since the last successful login. Obviously, if you don't allow me to log in, that's what happens. Alright, we're in. Permit root logging. Okay, yeah. Yeah. This can go here. Here. Merge ask app portage Gentoo kit. Let's add a good background here.
Friend is sending me a message to tell me that he feels that Valorant players are cavemen discovering fire.
What? Who sent that?
One of my friends I used to play competitively Apex with.
Okay. Yeah, that's kind of, that might be. That might be true. Because it's Valorant after all.
Are you a caveman?
I used to play Valorant, I don't play Valorant.
Ew. Ew.
Well, look, I didn't play it competitively. That should at least save me in some degree.
I played it for 1 month when it came out. And
Yeah, exactly. That's how I
I just
was.
wanted to see how bad it was.
I also played like that.
Games have you played on Nintendo devices?
I told you.
Except Wii Sport. What else have you played?
Well, Wii Sports Resort.
Come on, what else have you played? I know.
Nothing, I'm telling you, I told you nothing. Emerge asks Portage by default preserves copies of downloaded files on local storage, source tolerables in var cache dist files, and binary packages in var cache dist bin host Gentoo. If an update downloads a newer version of these files, the earlier versions will still be preserved. It's a good practice on Gentoo to keep the system and to keep the current versions of these source tarballs and binary packages to be able to recover systems in case of file corruption, for example. After a certain amount of time, there isn't a guarantee that these files will be still available to download. Keeping the older, non-current versions of these files, however, can needlessly consume storage space. That's why I have a terabyte of storage, which they recommend 120 for this. And potentially wasting space. Just bro, and that's also removing the home directory.
Hello, my name is Byte. Era Byte.
Yeah. Well, after a certain amount of bro, I bought it for like what? How much would you get a SSD for a terabyte SSD?
I don't know anymore. I forgot all the prices. My memory is a RAM only. And I store the prices in them for like just the duration of the purchase.
Just search it up. Search up like RAM. SSD pricing.
I'm currently downloading something. So.
Okay.
Give me 1 second.
It's like really expensive now because SSDs also have like they're at a shortage as well.
SSDs nuts.
Yeah. Gentoo provides keeping the older, non-current versions of these, Gentoo provides the Gentoo toolkit suite of tools to help with the system administration. Bro, I love how users of Gentoo are called system administrators. Oh man, it's a fucking degree, bro. That shit. Gentoo provides the Gentoo kit, a suite of tools to help with system administration, which notably provides the eClean tool to easily remove old versions of the downloaded source tarballs and binary packages to prevent storage requirements from growing indefinitely. First install app portage Gentoo kit. Gentoo kit, bro. What are these names? Okay.
Did you just say kid?
What? Yeah.
Weird.
For cleaning old source tarballs, use eClean dist.
Tarballs. This name, I don't know why. Since the beginning, since the first time where I saw it, it made me laugh.
Yeah, I know, it does to me as well.
Tarball, Tarbeezy, Tarbeezy. GZ2.
GZ. Tar GZ.
No, you cannot. You must download my tarball. Hey, I have heavy tarballs.
I have blue tar balls, bro.
Do you wanna grab my tarball?
I have blue tar balls.
I'm so hungry. But I'm too lazy to move and go. How is that a thing?
Okay. Adding user for daily use. Working as a root on Unix Linux system is dangerous and should be avoided as much as possible. Therefore, it is strongly recommended to add one or more standard user accounts for day-to-day use. The groups the user is member of define what activities the user can perform. The following table lists the number of important groups. Okay. Audio enables the user account to access the audio devices. CD-ROM enable the user to access direct to CD-ROMs. Cron. Okay, floppy. Oh. USB. Enables the user.
I could just make random memes appear on the screen as you write.
Enables the user to use the SU super user, yeah. Okay. For instance, to create a user called Larry, who is a member of the wheel users and audio groups, logging as root, only root can create users and run user add. When setting passwords for standard user accounts, it is good security practice to avoid using the same or a similar password as the root user. Forget about it. Handbook offers recommended to use a password at least 16 characters in length, with a value fully unique from every other user of the system. Bin bash earth